The Collector by John Fowles. Chapter 2. October 14th. It's the seventh night. I kept on thinking the same things. If only they knew. If only they knew. Share the outrage. So now I'm trying to tell it to this bat he bought this morning. His kindness, calmly. Deep down, I get more and more frightened. It's only surface calm. No nastiness, no sex thing. But his eyes are mad. Gray with a gray lost light in them. To begin with, I watched him all the time. I thought it must be sex. If I turned my back, I did it where he couldn't spring at me. And I listened. I had to know exactly where he was in the room. Power. It's become so real. I know the H-bomb is wrong. But being so weak seems wrong now too. I wish I knew judo. Could make him cry for mercy. This crypt room is so stuffy. The walls squeeze in. I'm listening for him as I write. The thoughts I have are like bad drawings. Must be turned up at once. Try to escape. It's all I think of. A strange thing. He fascinates me. I feel the deepest contempt and loathing for him. I can't stand this room. Everybody will be wild with worry. I can sense their wild worry. How can he love me? How can you love someone you don't know? He wants desperately to please me. But that's that madman must be like. They aren't deliberately mad. They must be as shocked in a way as everyone else when they finally do something terrible. It's only this last day or two I could speak about him so. All the way down here in the van it was nightmare. Wanting to be sick and afraid of choking under the gag, and then being sick. Thinking I was going to be pulled into the thicket and raped and murdered. I was sure that was it when the van stopped. I think that was why I was sick. Not just the beastly chloroform. I kept on remembering Penny Lester's grimly dormitory stories about how her mother survived being raped by the Japanese. I kept on saying, don't resist, don't resist. And then someone else at Ladymont once said that it takes two men to rape you. Women who let themselves be raped by one man want to be raped. I know now that wouldn't be this way. He'd use chloroform again or something. But that first night it was, don't resist, don't resist. I was grateful to be alive. I am a terrible coward. I don't want to die. I love life so passionately. I never knew how much I wanted to live before. If I get out of this, I shall never be the same. I don't care what he does, as long as I live. It's all the wild, unspeakable things he could do. I've looked everywhere for a weapon, but there's nothing of any use, even if I had the strength to kill. I prop a chair against the iron door every night, so at least I shall know if he tries to get in without my hearing. Hateful, primitive washstand at place. The great blank door, no keyhole, nothing. The silence. I've got a little more used to it now, but it is terrible. Never the least sound. It makes me feel I'm always waiting, alive. Alive in the way that death is alive. The collection of books on art Nearly 50 pounds worth. I've added them up. The first night it suddenly dawned on me that they were there for me. That I wasn't a haphazard victim after all. Then there were the drawers full of clothes. Shirts, skirts, dresses, colored stockings. An extraordinary selection of weekend in Paris underwear. Night dresses. I could see they were about my size. They're too large, but he says he's seen me wear the colors. Everything in my life seemed fine. There was GP, but even that was strange. Exciting. Then this. I slept a little with the light on top of the bed. I would have loved a drink, but I thought it might be drugged. I still half expect the food to be doped. 7 days ago, it seems like 7 weeks. He looked so innocent and worried when he stopped me. He said he'd run over a dog. I thought it might be Misty. Exactly the sort of man you would not expect. The most unwolf-like. Like falling off the edge of the world. There suddenly being an edge. Every night I do something I haven't done for years. I lie and pray. I don't kneel. I know God despises kneelers. I like and ask him for comfort, M and D and Minnie, and chlorine. So, who must feel so guilty? And everyone else, when the ones at it would do good to suffer for me, or for anyone else. Like Piers and Antoinette. I ask him to help my misery, who has me under his power. I ask him to help me, not to let me be raped or abused or murdered. I ask him for light, literally, daylight. I can't stand the absolute darkness. He's bought me night lights. I go to sleep with the glowing beside me now. Before that, I left the light on. Walking up is the worst thing. I wake up and for a moment I think I'm at home or at Caroline's. Then it hits me. I don't know if I believe in God. I prayed to him furiously in the van when I thought I was going to die. That's a proof against. I can hear GP saying. But praying makes things easier. It's all bits and pieces. I can't concentrate. I've thought so many things, and now I can't think of one. But it makes me feel calmer. The illusion, anyway. Like working out how much money one's spent. And how much is left. October 15th. He has never had any parents. He's been brought up by an aunt. I can see her. A thin woman with a white face and a nasty, tight mouth, and mean grey eyes, and dodgy beige tea-cozy hats, and a thing about dirt and dust. Dirt and dust being everything outside her foul little backstreet word. I told him he was looking for a mother. He'd never had, but of course he wouldn't listen. He doesn't believe in God. That makes me want to believe. I talked about me, about D and M in a bright little, matter-of-fact voice. He knew about M. I suppose the whole town knows. My theory is that I have to unmartyr him. The time in prison. Endless time. The first morning, he knocked on the door and waited 10 minutes, as he always does. It wasn't nice 10 minutes. All the consoling thoughts I'd scraped together during the night tan away, and I was left alone. I stood there and said, if he does, don't resist. don't resist. I was going to say, do what you like, but don't kill me. Don't kill me, you can do it again. As if I was washable, hard-wearing. It was all different. When he came in, he just stood there, looking gawky, and then at once, seeing him without a hat on, I knew who he was. I suppose I memorized people's features without thinking. I knew he was a clerk from the town hall annexe. The fabulous Pools win. His photo in the paper. We all said we'd seen him about. He tried to deny it, but he went red. He blushes at everything. Simple as sneezing to him on the difference. His face has a sort of natural hurt set. Sheepish. No, giraffe-ish. Like a lanky, gawky giraffe. I kept on popping questions he wouldn't answer. All he could do was look as if I had no right to ask. As if this wasn't at all what he'd bargained for. He's never had anything to do with girls. With girls like me anyway. A lily white boy. He's 6 feet, 8 or 9 inches more than me. Skinny, and he looks taller than he is. Gangly. Hands too big, and nasty fleshy white and pink. Not a man's hands. Adam's apple too big, wrists too big, chin much too big, underlip bitten in, edges of nostrils red. Adenoids. He's got one of those funny in-between voices, uneducated, trying to be educated. It keeps on letting him down. His whole face is too long, dull back hair. It waves and recedes. It's coarse, stiff, always in place. He always wears a sports coat and flannels, and a pin tie, even cufflinks. He is what people call a nice young man. Absolutely sexless, he looks. He has a way of standing with his hands by his side or behind his back, as if he doesn't know what to earth to do with them. Respectfully waiting for me to give him orders. Fish eyes. They watch. That's all. No expression. He makes me feel capricious, like a dissatisfied rich customer. He's a male assistant in the draper's. It's his line. The mock humble, ever so sorry. I sit and eat my meals and read a book, and he watches me. If I tell him to go, he goes. He's been secretly watching me for nearly 2 years. He loves me desperately. He was very lonely. He knew I would always be above him. It was awful. He spoke so awkwardly. He always has to say things in roundabout way. He always has to justify himself at the same time. I sat and listened. I couldn't look at him. It was his heart, sicked up all over the hideous tangerine carpet. We just sat there when he had finished. When Lai got up to go, I tried to tell him that I understood, that I wouldn't say anything if he would take me home, but he backed way out. I tried to look very understanding, very sympathetic, but it seemed to frighten him. The next morning, I tried again. I found out what his name was. Vile coincidence. I was very reasonable. I looked up at him and appealed. But once again, it just frightened him. At lunch, I told him I could see he was ashamed of what he was doing, and that it wasn't too late. You hit his coincidence and it gives. But it doesn't hurt him at all. I am ashamed, he says. I know I ought, he says. I told him he didn't look a wicked person. He said, "This is the worst wicked thing I've ever done." It probably is, but he's been saving up. Sometimes I think he's being very clever. He's trying to enlist my sympathy by pretending he's in the grip of some third thing. That night I tried not being decent, being sharp and bitchy instead. He just looked more hurt than ever. He's very clever at looking hurt, putting the tentacles of his being hurt around me. He's not being my class. I know what I am to him. A butterfly he has always wanted to catch. I remember the very first time I met him, GP saying that collectors were the worst animals of all. He meant art collectors, of course. I didn't really understand. I thought he was just trying to shock Caroline and me, but of course he was right. They're anti-life, anti-art, anti-everything. I write in this terrible night-like silence, as if I feel normal, but I'm not. I'm so sick, so frightened, so alone. The solitude is unbearable. Every time the door opens, I want to rush at it and out. But I know now I must save up my escape attempts. Out with him, plan ahead, survive. October 16th. It's afternoon. I should be in life class. Does the world go on? Does the sun still shine? Last night I thought I am dead. This is death. This is hell. There wouldn't be other people in hell, or just one, like him. The devil wouldn't be devilish and rather attractive, but like him. I drew him this morning. I want to get his face to illustrate this, but it wasn't any good, and he wanted it. Said he would pay 200 guineas for it. He is mad. It is me. I am his madness. For years, I've been looking for something to put his madness into. And he found me. I can't write in a vacuum like this, to no one. When I draw, I always think of someone like GP at my shoulder. All parents should be like ours. Then sisters really become sisters. They have to be to each other what Minnie and I are. Dear Minnie, I have been here for over a week now, and I miss you very much. And I miss the fresh air and the fresh faces of all those people I so hated on the tube. And the fresh things that happened every hour and every day, if only I could have seen them. Their freshness, I mean. The thing I miss most is fresh light. I can't live without light. Artificial light, all the lines lie. It almost makes you long for darkness. I haven't told you how I tried to escape. I thought about it all night. I couldn't sleep, it was so stuffy. And my tummy's all wrong. He tries his best to cook, but it's hopeless. I pretended something was wrong with the bed, and then I just turned and ran. But I couldn't get the door shut to lock him in, and he caught me in the other cellar. I could see the daylight through the keyhole. He thinks of everything. The padlocks, the door open. It was worth it. The keyhole full of light is 7 days. He first saw I would try and get out and lock him in. Then I treated him for 3 days with a view of my back and a sulky face. I fasted. I slept. When I was sure he wouldn't come in, I got up and danced about a bit, and read the art books and drank water. But I didn't touch his food. And I brought him to terms. His condition was 6 weeks. A week ago, 6 weeks would have been too much. I cried, brought him down for 2 weeks. 4 weeks. I'm not less horrified at being with him. I've grown to know every inch of his foul little crypt. It is beginning to grow on me like those coats of stones on the worms of rivers. But the 4 weeks seem less important. I don't seem to have any energy, any will. I'm constipated in all ways. Minnie going upstairs with him every day. First, the outside air. Being in a space bigger than 10 by 10 by 20, I've measured it out. Being under the stars and breathing in wonderful, wonderful, even though it was damp and misty, wonderful air. I thought I might be able to run, but he gripped my arm and I was gagged and bound. It was so dark, so lonely, no lights, just darkness. I didn't even know which way to run. The house is an old cottage. I think it may be timbered outside. Indoors there are lots of beams. The floors all sag, and the ceilings are very low. A lovely old house, really, done up in the most excruciating women's magazine, Good Taste. Ghastliest color clashes, mix-up of furniture styles, bits of suburban fuss, phony antiques, awful brass ornaments. And the pictures! You wouldn't believe me if I described the awfulness of the pictures. He told me some firm did all the furniture choosing and decorating. They must have got rid of all the junk they could find in their storerooms. The bath was delicious. I knew he might burst in. No lock on the door, couldn't even shut it. There was a screwed-in bit of wood, but somehow I knew he wouldn't. And it was so lovely to see a bath full of hot water and a proper place that I almost didn't care. I made him wait for hours, just outside. He didn't seem to mind. He was good. Nothing makes him mind. But I've seen a way to get a message out. I could put a message in a little bottle down place. I could put a bright ribbon round it. Perhaps someone would see it somewhere, someday. I'll do it next time. I listened for traffic, but there was none. I heard an owl. And an airplane. If only people knew what they flew over. We're all in airplanes. The bathroom window was boarded up. Great screws. I looked everywhere for a weapon, under the bath, behind the pipes, but there's nothing. Even if I found one, I don't know how to use it. I watch him and he watches me. We never give each other a chance. He doesn't look very strong, but he's much stronger than me. It would have to be by surprise. Everything looked and double-checked. There's even a burglar alarm on my cell floor. He's thought of everything. I thought of putting a note in laundry, but he doesn't send any. When I asked him about sheets, he said, I buy them new. Tell me when you want some more. Down the place is the only chance. Minnie, I'm not writing to you. I'm talking to myself. When I came out wearing the least horrid of the shirts he'd brought to me. He stood up. He's been sitting all the time by the door. I felt like the girl at the ball coming down the grand staircase. I knocked him over. I suppose it was seeing me in his shirt and with my hair down. Or perhaps it was just shocked at seeing me without a gag. Anyway, I smiled and I welded, and he let me be without the gag, and he let me look around. He kept very close to me. I knew that if I made the slightest false step, he would leap at me. Upstairs bedrooms, lovely rooms in themselves, but all fusty, unlived in, a strange, dead air about everything. Downstairs, what he would, called the lounge. It is a beautiful room, much bigger than the other rooms, peculiarly square. You don't expect it. With a huge crossbeam supported on 3 uprights in the middle of the room, and other crossbeams and nooks and delicious angles an architect wouldn't think of once in 1,000 years. All massacred, of course, by the furniture. China wild duck on a lovely old fireplace. I couldn't stand it. I got him to retire my hands in front, and then I unhooked the monsters and smashed them on the heath. That hurt him almost as much as when I slapped his face for not letting me escape. He makes me change. He makes me want to dance around him, bewilder him, dazzle him, dumbfound him. He's so slow, so unimaginative, so lifeless, like zinc white. I see it's a sort of tyranny he has over me. He forces me to be changeable, to act, to show off. The hateful tyranny of weak people. GP said it once. The ordinary man is the curse of civilization, but he's so ordinary that his ordinarity. He takes photographs. He wants to take a portrait of me. Then there were his butterflies, which I suppose were rather beautiful. Yes, rather beautifully arranged, with their poor little wings stretched out all the same angle. And I felt for them, poor dead butterflies, my fellow victims. The ones he was proudest of were what he called aberrations. Downstairs, he let me watch him make tea in the outer cellar. And something ridiculous he said made me laugh. Or want to laugh. Terrible. I suddenly realized that I was going mad too. That he was wickedly, wickedly cunning. Of course, he doesn't mind that I say about him that I break his miserable china duck, because suddenly he has me. It's mad. He kidnapped me, laughing at him and pouring out his tea, as if I'm his best girlfriend. I swore at him. I was my mother's daughter. A bitch. There it is, Minnie. I wish you were here and we could talk in the dark. If I could just talk to someone for a few minutes. Someone I love. I make it sound brighter, so much brighter than it is. I'm going to cry again. It is so unfair. October 17th. I hate the way I have changed. I accept too much. To begin with, I thought I must force myself to be the matter of fact, not let his abnormality take control of the situation. But he might have planned it. He's getting me to behave exactly as he wants. This isn't just a fantastic situation. It's a fantastic variation of a fantastic situation. I mean, now he's got me at his mercy. He's not going to do what anyone would expect. So he makes me falsely grateful. I'm so lonely. He must realize that. He can make me depend on him. I'm on edge. I'm nowhere near as calm as I seem when I read what I've written. It's just that there's so much to get through. Endless, endless time. What I write isn't natural. It's like two people trying to keep up a conversation. It's the very opposite of drawing. To draw a line, you know at once whether it's a good or a bad line. But you write a line and it seems true, and then you read it again later. Yesterday evening, he wanted to take a photograph of me. I let him take several. I think he may be careless. Someone may be lying around, but I think he lives quite alone. He must do. He must have spent all last night developing and printing them, as if he'd go to the chemist's. I don't think. Flashlight. Mies on glossy paper. I didn't like the flashlight. It hurts my eyes. Nothing has happened today, except that we have come to a sort of an agreement about exercise. No daylight yet, but I can go to the outer cellar. I felt sulky, so I was sulky. I asked him to go away after lunch, and I asked him to go away after supper, and he went away both times. He does everything he's told. He's bought me a record player, and records, and all the things, and the huge shopping list I gave him. He wants to buy things for me. I could ask for anything, except my freedom. He's giving me an expensive Swiss watch. I say I will use it while I'm here, and give it back when I go. I say I couldn't stand the orangerie carpet, and more, and he's bought me some Italian and Turkish rugs, 3 Indian mats, and a beautiful deep purple, rose orange, and sepia white fringed Turkish carpet. He said it was the only one they had, so no credit to his taste. It makes his cell more livable in. The floor is very soft and springy. I've broken all the ugly ashtrays and pots. Ugly ornaments don't deserve to exist. I'm so superior to him. I know this sounds wickedly conceited, but I am. And so it's Ledimont and Boadicea and Noblesse Oblige all over again. I feel I've got to show him how decent human beings live and behave. He is ugliness. But you can't smash human ugliness. 3 nights ago was so strange. I was so excited at leaving the crypt. I felt so nearly in complete control. It suddenly seemed all rather a grand adventure, something I'd one day soon be telling everyone about. A sort of chess game with deaths I'd rather unexpectedly won. A feeling that I had run a terrible risk, and now everything was going to be all right. That he was going to let me go, even. Mad. I have to give him the name. I'm going to call him Caliban, Piero. I've spent a whole day with Piero. I've read all about him. I've stared at all the pictures in the book. I've lived them. How can I never become a good painter when I know so little geometry and mathematics? I'm going to make Caliban buy me books. I shall become a geometrician, shattering doubts about modern art. I thought of Piero standing in front of the Jackson Pollock. No, even a Picasso or a Matisse. His eyes. I can just see his eyes. The things Piero says in a hand, in a fold, in a sleeve. I know all this. We've been told it, and I've said it. But today I really felt it. I felt our whole age was a hoax, a sham. The way people talk and talk about takeism and cubism and this ism and that ism and all the long words they use create symmetry, clots of words and phrases, all to hide the fact that either you can paint or you can't. I want to paint like Berthe Morisot. I don't mean with her colors or forms or anything physical, but with her simplicity and light. I don't want to be clever or great or significant or giving all that clumsy masculine analysis. I want to paint sunlight on children's faces or flowers in a hedge or a street after April rain. The essences, not the things themselves. Swimmings of light on the smallest things. Or am I being sentimental? Depressed. I'm so far from everything, from normality, from light, from what I want to be. October 18th. GP. You paint your whole being. First, you learn that. The rest is luck. Good solution. I must not be fey. This morning, I drew a whole series of quick sketches of balls and fruit. Since Caliban wants to give, I don't care how much paper I waste. I hung them and asked him to choose which one was the best. Of course, he picked all those that looked most like the wretched bowl of fruit. I started to try to explain to him. I was boasting about one of the sketches, the one I liked best. He annoyed me. It didn't mean anything to him, and he made it clear, in his miserable, I'll take your word for it way, that he didn't really care. To him, I was just a child amusing herself. Blind, other world. My fault. I was showing off. How could he see the magic and importance of art? Not my art. Of art. When I was so vain. He had an argument after lunch. He always asks me if he may stay. Sometimes I feel so lonely, so sick of my own thoughts, that I let him. I want him to stay. That's what prison does. And there's escape, escape, escape. The argument was about nuclear disarrangement. I had doubts the other day, but not now. Dialogue between Miranda and Caliban M. I was sitting on my bed smoking, Caliban on his usual chair by the iron door. The van was going outside. What do you think about the H-bomb? C. Nothing much. M. You must think something. C. Hope it doesn't drop on you, or on me. M. I realize you've never lived with people who take things seriously and discuss seriously. He put on his hurt face. Now, let's try again. What do you think about the H-bomb? C. If you said anything serious, you wouldn't take it serious. I stared at him till he had to go on. It's obvious. You can't do anything. It's here to stay. M. You don't care what happens to the world? C. What did it matter if I did? M. Oh God. C. We don't have any say in things. M. Look, if there are enough of us who believe the bomb is wicked and that a decent nation could never think of having it, whatever the circumstances, then the government would have to do something, wouldn't it? C. Some hope, if you ask me. M. How do you think Christianity started, or anything else, with a little group of people who didn't give up hope? C. What would happen if the Russians come then? Clever point, he thinks. M. If it's a choice between dropping bombs on them or having them here as our conquerors, then the second, every time. C. Check and mate. That's pacifism. M. Of course it is. You great lump. Do you know I've walked all the way from Aldermaston to London? Do you know I've given up hours and hours of my time to distribute leaflets and addresses and envelopes and argue with miserable people like you who don't believe anything? Who really deserve the bomb on them? C. That doesn't prove anything. M. It's despair at the lack of... I'm cheating. I didn't say all these things. But I'm going to write what I want to say as well as what I did. Feeling of love, of reason in the world. It's despair that anyone can even comprehend the idea of dropping a bomb or ordering that it should be dropped. It's despair that so few of us care. It's despair that there's so much brutality and colorlessness in the world. It's despair that perfectly normal young men can be made vicious and evil because they won a lot of money. And then, do what you've done to me. C. I thought you'd get onto that. M. Well, you're part of it. Everything free and decent in life is being locked away in 50 little cellars by beastly people who don't care. C. I know your lot. You think the whole blooming world's all arranged so as everything ought to be your way. M. Don't be so wet. C. I was a private in the army. You can't tell me. My law just do what they're told. He was really quite worked up for him. And better look out if they don't. M. You haven't caught up with yourself. You're rich now. You've got nothing to be heard about. C. Money doesn't make all the difference. M. Nobody can order you about any more. C. You don't understand me at all. M. Oh, yes, I do. I know you're not a teddy, but deep down you feel like one. You hate being an underdog. You hate not being able to express yourself properly. They go and smash things. You sit and sulk. You say, I won't help the world. I won't do the smallest thing for humanity. I'll just think of myself and humanity can go and stew for all I care. It's like continually slapping someone across the face, almost to wince. What use do you think money is unless it's used? Do you understand what I'm talking about? C. Yes. M. Well? C. Oh. You're right, as always. M. Are you being sarcastic again? C. You're like my Aunt Annie. She's always going on about the way people behave nowadays, not caring and all that. M. You seem to look it's right to be wrong. C. Do you want your tea? M. Superhuman effort. Look, for the sake of argument, we'll say that however much good you try to do in society, in fact, you'd never do any good. That's ridiculous, but never mind. There's still yourself. I don't think the campaign of nuclear disarrangement has much chance of actually affecting the government. It's one of the first things you have to face up to. But we do it to keep our self-respect, to show to ourselves, each one to himself or herself, that we care, and to let other people, all the lazy, sulky, hopeless ones like you, know that someone cares. We're trying to shame you into thinking about it, about acting. Silence. Then I shouted, Say something. C. I know it's evil. M. Do something then. He gulped at me as if I'd told him to swim in the Atlantic. Look, a friend of mine went to a march to an American air station in Essex. You know? They were stopped outside the gate, of course, and after a time, the sergeant on guard came out and spoke to them, and they began the argument. And it got very heated because the sergeant thought that the Americans were like knights of old rescuing a damsel in distress. That the H bombers were absolutely necessary, and so on. Gradually, as they were arguing, they began to realize that they rather liked the American, because he felt very strongly and honestly about his views. He wasn't only my friend. They all agreed about it afterwards. The only thing that really matters is feeling and living what you believe, so long as it's something more than belief in your own comfort. My friend said he was nearer to an American sergeant than to all the grinning idiots who watched them march past on the way. It's like football. Two sides may each want to beat each other. They may even hate each other as sides. But if someone came and told them football is stupid and not worth playing or caring about, then they'd feel together. It's feeling that matters. Can't you see? See. I thought we were talking about the H-bomb. Go away. You exhaust me. You're like a sea of cotton wool. See. He stood up at once. I do like to hear you talk. I do think about what you say. No, you don't. You put what I say in your mind and wrap it up, and it disappears forever. See, if I wanted to send a check to the slot, what's the address? To buy my approval? See, what's wrong with that? We need money, but we need feeling even more, and I don't think you've got any feeling to give away. You can't win that by filling in a football coupon. See, there was an awkward silence. See you later, then. Exit Caliban. I hit my pillow so hard that it has looked reproachful ever since. This evening, as I knew I would and could, I coaxed and bullied him, and he wrote out a check for £100, which he's promised to send off tomorrow. I know this is right. A year ago, I would have stuck to the strict moral point, like Major Barbara, but the essential is that we have money, not where the money comes from, or why it is sent. October 19th. I have been out. I was coping all the afternoon. Piero. And I was in the sort of mood where normally I have to go out to the cinema or a coffee bar, anywhere, but out. I made him take me by giving myself to him like a slave. Blind me, I said, but take me. He bound and gagged me, held my arm, and we walked round the garden, quite a big one. It was very dark. I could just make out the paths and some trees, and it is very lonely. Right out in the country somewhere. Then suddenly, in the darkness, I knew something was wrong with him. I couldn't see him, but I was suddenly frightened. I just knew he wanted to kiss me or something worse. I tried to say something about being very happy. His voice very strained. Choked. And then, that I didn't think he had any deep feelings, but he had. It's so terrible not being able to speak. My tongue's my defense with him, normally. My tongue and my look. There was a little silence, but I knew he was pent up. All the time I was breathing in beautiful outdoor air. That was good. So good I can't describe it. So living, so full of plant smells and country smells and the 1,000 mysterious wet smells of the night. Then a car passed. So there is a road which is used in front of the house. As soon as we heard the engine, his grip tightened. I prayed the car would stop, but its lights just swept past behind the house. Luckily, I thought it out before. If I ever try to escape and fail, he'll never let me out again. So I must not jump at the first chance. And I knew out there that he would have killed me rather than let me get away. If I tried to run for it, I couldn't have. Away, he held my arm like a vice. But it was terrible, knowing other people were so near and knew nothing. He asked me if I wanted to go round again, but I shook my head. I was too frightened. Back down here, I told him that I had to get the sex business cleared up. I told him that if he suddenly wanted to rape me, I wouldn't resist. I would let him do what he liked, but that I would never speak to him again. I said I knew he would be ashamed of himself, too. Miserable creature. He looked ashamed enough as it was. It was only a moment's weakness. I made him shake hands, but I bet he breathed a sigh of relief when he got outside again. No one would believe this situation. He keeps me absolutely prisoner, but in everything else, I'm a mistress. I realize that he encourages it. It's a means of keeping me from being as discontented as it should be. The same thing happened when I was lammerduckling Donald last spring. I began to feel he was mine, that I knew all about him. And I hated it when he went off to Italy like that, without telling me. Not because I was seriously in love with him, but because he was vaguely mine and didn't get permission from me. The isolation he keeps in. No newspapers, no radio, no TV. I miss the news terribly. I never did. By now I feel the world has ceased to exist. I ask him every day to get me a newspaper, but it's one of those things where he sticks to his heels in. No reason. It's funny. I know it's no good asking. I might just as well ask him to drive me to the nearest station. I shall go on asking him all the same. He swears blind that he sent the C&D check, but I don't know. I shall ask to see the receipt. Incident. Today at lunch, I wanted a Worcester sauce. He hardly ever forgets to bring anything I might want, but no Worcester sauce. So he gets up, goes out, undoes the padlock holding on the door open, locks the door, gets the sauce in the outer cellar, unlocks the door, repadlocks it, comes back, and then looks surprised when I laugh. He never gives the looking, unlocking routine a miss. Even if I do get out into the outer cellar unbound, what can I do? I can't lock him in. I can't get out. The only chance I might have is when he comes in with a tray. Sometimes he doesn't padlock the door back first. So, if I could get past him then, I could bolt him in. But he won't come past the door unless I'm well away from it. Usually, I go and take the tray. The other day, I wouldn't. I just leaned against the wall by the door. He said, "Please go away." I just stared at him. He held out the tray. I ignored it. He stood there undecided. Then he bent very cautiously, watching my every move, and put the tray down in the doorway. Then went back into the other cellar. I was hungry. He won. No good. I can't sleep. It seemed a funny day, even from here. He took a lot more photos of me this evening. He really enjoys it. He likes me to smile at the camera, so twice I pulled shocking faces. He was not amused. Then I put my hair up with one hand and pretended I was a model. "You ought to be a model," he said, quite serious. He didn't realize I was guiding the whole idea. I know why he likes the photographing business. He thinks it makes me think he's artistic. And of course he hasn't a clue. I mean, he gets me in focus and that's all. No imagination. It's weird. Uncanny. but there's a sort of relationship between us. I make fun of him. I attack him all the time, but he senses when I'm soft, when he can dig back and not make me angry. So we sleep into teasing states that are almost friendly. It's partly because I'm so lonely. It's partly deliberate. I want to make him relax, both for his own good and so that we one day may make a mistake. So it's part weakness and part cunning and part charity. But there's a mysterious fourth part I can't define. It can be friendship. I loathe him. Perhaps it's just knowledge. Just knowing a lot about him. And knowing someone automatically makes you feel close to him, even when you wish he was on another planet. The first days I couldn't do anything if he was in the room. I pretended to read, but I couldn't concentrate. But now I sometimes forget he's here. He sits by the door and I read in my chair. And we're like two people who've been married years. It is not that I have forgotten what other people are like, but other people seem to have lost reality. The only real person in my world is Caliban. It can't be understood. It just is. October 20th. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. I've just tried to escape. What I did was to wait for him to unbolt the door, which opens outwards, then to push it back as violently as possible. It's only metal lined on this side. It's made of wood, but it's very heavy. I thought I might hit him with it and knock him out. If I did, it at just the right moment. So as soon as it began to move back, I gave it the biggest push I could manage. I knocked him back and rushed out, but of course it depended on his being stunned. And he wasn't at all. He must have taken the force on his shoulder. It doesn't swing very smoothly. At any rate, he caught my jumper. For a second there was the other side of him, I sense. The violence, hatred, absolute determination not to let me go. So I said, "All right," and pulled myself away and went back. He said, "You might have hurt me. The door is very heavy." I said, "Every second you keep me here, you hurt me." I thought pacifists didn't believe in hurting people, he said. I just shrugged and lit a cigarette. I was trembling. He did all the usual morning routine in silence. Once he rubbed his shoulder in rather an obvious way. And that was that. Now I'm going to look properly for loose stones. The tunnel idea. Of course, I've looked before, but not really closely. Literally stone by stone, from top to bottom of each wall. It's evening. He's just gone away. He brought me food, but he's been very silent, disapproving. I laughed out loud when he went away with the supper things. He behaves exactly as if I ought to be ashamed. He won't be caught by the door trick again. There aren't any loose stones, all solidly concreted in. I suppose he thought of that as well as of everything else. I've spent most of today thinking about me. What will happen to me? I've never felt the mystery of the future so much as here. What will happen? What will happen? It's not only now in this situation. When I get away, what shall I do? I want to marry, I want to have children, I want to prove to myself that all marriages needn't to be like D and M's. I know exactly the sort of person I want to marry. Someone with a mind like GP's, only much nearer to my own age. And with the looks I like. And without this one horrid weakness. But then I want to use my feelings about life. I don't want to use my skill vainly, for its own sake, but I want to make beauty. And marriage and being mother terrifies me for that reason. Getting sucked down into the house and the house things and the baby world and the child world and the cooking world and the shopping world. I have a feeling a lazy cow me would welcome it, would forget what I once wanted to do, and I would just become a great female cabbage. Or I would have to do miserable work like illustrating or even commercial stuff to keep the home going, or turn into a bitchy guinea misery like M. No, I couldn't be like her. Or worst of all, be like Caroline, running along pathetically after modern art and modern ideas and never catching up with them because she's someone quite different at heart and yet can never see it. I think and think down here. I understand things I haven't really thought about before. Two things. M. I've never really thought of M objectively before, as another person. She's always been my mother. I've hated or been ashamed of. Yet, of all the lame ducks I've met or heard of, she's the lamest. I've never given her enough sympathy. I haven't given her this last year, since I left home. One half of the consideration I've given the beastly creature upstairs just this last week. I feel that I could overwhelm her with love now, because I haven't felt so sorry for her for years. I haven't excused myself. I've said I'm kind and tolerant with everyone else. She's the one person I can't be like that with. And there has to be an explanation to the general rule. So it doesn't matter. But of course, that's wrong. She's the last person that should be an exception to the general rule. Minnie and I have so often despised D for putting up with her. We ought to go down on our knees for him. The other thing I think about is GP. When I first met him, I told everyone how marvelous he was. Then a reaction set in. I thought I was getting silly schoolgirl hero pash on him. And the other thing began to happen. I was all too emotional. Because he's changed me more and more than everything and everybody. More than London, more than the Slade. It's not just that he's seen so much more life, had so much more artistic experience, and is known, but he says exactly what he thinks. And he always makes me think. That's the big thing. He makes me question myself. How many times have I disagreed with him? And then, a week later, with someone else, I find I'm arguing as he would argue, judging people by his standards. He's chipped off all. Well, some of, anyway. My silliness, my stupid, fussy, frilly ideas about life and art and modern art. My fayness. I've never been the same since he told me how he hated fey women. I even learned the word from him. List of the ways in which he has altered me, either directly or confirmed alterations in progress. 1. If you are a real artist, you give your whole being to your art. Anything short of that, then you are not an artist. Not what GP calls a maker. 2. You don't gush. You don't have little set pieces or set ideas you gush out to impress people with. 3. You have to be left politically because the socialists are the only people who care for their mistakes. They feel they want to better the world. 4. You must make always. You must act as if you believe something. Talking about acting is like boasting about pictures you're going to paint. The most terrible bad form. 5. If you feel something deeply, you're not ashamed to show your feeling. 6. You accept that you are English. You don't pretend that you'd rather be French or Italian or something else. Pierre's always talking about his American grandmother. 7. But you don't compromise with your background. You cut off all the old you that gets in the way of the maker you. If you're suburban, as I realize D and M are, they're laughing at suburban is just blind. You throw away the suburbs. If you're working class, you cauterize the working class with you. And the same, whatever class you are, because class is primitive and silly. It's not only me. Look at the time Lewis's boyfriend, the miner's son from Wales, met him, and how they argued and snarled at each other, and we were all against GP not being so contemptuous about working class people and working class life, calling them animals, not human beings. And David Evans, all white and stammering, don't let you tell me my father's a bloody animal. I've got to kick out of the way. And GP saying I've never heard an animal in my life. You can always make out a case for hurting human beings, but human animals deserve every sympathy. And then David Evans coming up to me last month and actually admitting it had changed him that evening. 8. You hate the political business of nationality. You hate everything, and politics and art and everything else that is not genuine and deep and necessary. You don't have any time for silly trivial things. You live seriously. You don't go to silly films even if you want to. You don't read cheap newspapers. You don't listen to trash on the wireless and the telly. You don't waste time talking about nothing. You use your life. I must have always wanted to believe in those things. I did believe in them, in a vague sort of way, because before I met him. But he's made me believe in them. It's the thought of him that makes me feel guilty when I break the rules. If he's made me believe them, that means he's made a large part of the new me. If I had a fairy grandmother, please make GP 20 years younger, and please make him physically attractive to me. How he would despise that. It's odd, and I feel a little guilty, but I have been feeling happier today than at any time since I came here. A feeling all will turn out for the best, partly because I did something this morning. I tried to escape. Then Caliban has accepted it. I mean, if he was going to attack me, he'd surely do it at some time when he had reason to be angry. As he was this morning. He has tremendous self-control in some ways. I know I also feel happy because I've been not here for almost of a day. I've been mainly thinking about GP. In this world, not this one here. I remembered so much. I would have liked to write it all down. I gorged myself on memories. This world makes the world seem so real, so living, so beautiful. Even the sordid parts of it. And partly too, it's been a sort of indulging in wicked vanity about myself. Remembering things GP has said to me and other people, knowing I'm rather a special person, knowing I'm intelligent, knowing that I am beginning to understand life much better than most people of my age. Even knowing that I shall never be so stupid as to be vain about it, but be grateful, be terribly glad, especially after this, to be alive, to be who I am, Miranda, and unique. I shall never let anyone see this, even if it is the truth. It must sound vain. Just as I never let other girls see that I know I'm pretty, nobody knows how I've fallen over myself not to take that unfair advantage. Wandering male eyes, even the nicest, I've snubbed. Minnie. One day, when I've been gushing about her dress when she was going out to a dance, she said, "Shut up. You're so pretty you don't even have to try. GP, saying you're every kind of face." Wicked. October 21st. I'm making him cook better. Absolute ban on frozen food. I must have fruit, green vegetables. I have steak, salmon. I ordered him to get caviar yesterday. It irritates me that I can't think of enough rare foods I haven't had and have wanted to have. Big caviar is wonderful. I've had another bath. He don't refuse. I think he thinks ladies fall down dead if they don't have a bath when they want one. I've put a message down the place in a little plastic bottle with a yard of red ribbon round it. I hope it will become unrolled and someone may see it, somewhere, sometime. They ought to find the house easily enough. He was silly to tell me about the date over the door. I had to end by saying this is not a hoax. Terribly difficult not to make it sound like a silly joke. And I said anyone ringing up D and telling him about this would get £25. I'm going to launch a bottle on the sea. Every time I have a bath. He's taken down all the brass jogals on the landing and stairs, and the horrible Viridian orange magenta paintings of Mayoran fishing villages. The poor place sighs with relief. I like being upstairs. It's nearer freedom. Everything's locked. All the windows in the front of the house have indoor shutters. The others are padlocked. 2 cars passed tonight, but it must be a very unimportant road. I've also started to educate him. Tonight, in the lounge, my hands tied, of course, we went through the book of paintings. No mind of his own. I don't think he listens half the time. He is thinking about sitting near me and straining to be near without touching. I don't know if it's sex or fear that I'm up to some trick. If he does think about the pictures, he accepts everything I say. If I said Michelangelo's David was a frying pan, he'd say, "I see." Such people, I must have stood next to them in the tube, passed them in the street. Of course, I've overheard them, and I knew they existed, but never really believed they exist. So totally blind. I never seemed possible. Dialogue. He was sitting still, looking at the book with an art is wonderful air about him. For my benefit, not because he believes it, of course. Do you know what's really odd about this house? There aren't any books, except what you've brought to me. C. Some upstairs. About butterflies. C. Others. A few measly detective novels. Don't you ever read proper books? Real books? Silence. Books about important things, by people who really feel about life. Not just paperbacks to kill time on a train journey. Do you know? Books. C. Light novels are more my line. He's like one of those boxers. You wish he'd lie down and be knocked out. You can jolly well read The Catcher in the Rye. I've almost finished it. Do you know, I've read it twice, and I'm 5 years younger than you are? See, I've read it. It's not a punishment. See, I looked at it before I brought it down. And you don't like it. See, I'll try it. You make me sick. Silence then. I felt unreal, as if it was a play, and I couldn't remember who I was in it. And I asked him earlier today why he collected butterflies. See, you get a nicer class of people. You can't collect them just because of that. See, I was a teacher I had when I was a kid. He showed me how. He collected. Didn't know much. Still said the old way. Something to do with the angle of the wings. The modern way is to have them at right angles. And my uncle, he was interested in nature. He always helped. It sounds nice. See, people interested in nature always are nice. You take what you call the bog section. That's the entomological section of the Natural History Society back home. They treat you for what you are. Don't look down their noses at you. None of that. They're not always nice. But he didn't get it. See, you get the snob ones, but they're mostly, like I say, a nicer class of people than you. What I met in the ordinary way. Didn't your friends despise you? Didn't they think it was sissy? See, I didn't have any friends. They were just people I worked with. After a bit he said they had their silly jokes. Such as? See, just silly jokes. I didn't go on. I have an irresistible desire sometimes to get to the bottom of him, to drag things he won't talk about out of him. But it's bad. It sounds as if I care about him and his miserable, wet, unwithered life. Then you use words, the gaps, the way Caliban sits, a certain bowed and upright posture. Why? Embarrassment? To spring at me if I ran for it. I can draw it. I can draw his face and his expressions, but words are so used. They've been used about so many other things and people. I write, he smiled. What does that mean? No more than a kindergarten poster painting of a tulip with a moon mouth smile. Yet, if I draw the smile, words are so crude, so terribly primitive compared to drawing, painting, sculpture. I saw on my bed, and he sat by the door, and we talked, and I tried to persuade him to use his money to educate himself, and he said he would, but I didn't feel convinced. Like a messy daub, like trying to draw with a broken lead. All this is my own thinking. I need to see GP. He'd tell me the names of 10 books where it's all said much better. How I hate ignorance. Caliban's ignorance, my ignorance, the world's ignorance. Oh, I could learn and learn and learn and learn. I could cry. I want to learn so much. Gagged and bound, I'll put to bed where it lives under the mattresses. Then I'll pray to God for learning. October 22nd. A fortnight today. I have marked the days on the side of the screen, like Robinson Crusoe. I feel depressed, sleepless. I must escape. I'm getting so pale. I feel ill, weak, all the time. This terrible silence. He's so without mercy. So incomprehensible. What does he want? What is to happen? He must see I'm getting ill. I told him this evening that I must have some daylight. I made him look at me and see how pale I am. Tomorrow, tomorrow. He never says no outright. Today I've been thinking he could keep me here forever. It wouldn't be very long, because I'd die. It's absurd. It's diabolical. But there is no way of escape. I've been trying to find loose stones again. I could dig a tunnel round the door. I could dig a tunnel right out, but it would have to be at least 20 feet long, all the earth, being trapped inside it. I could never do it. I'd rather die. So it must be a tunnel round the door. But to do that, I must have time. I must be sure he is away for at least 6 hours. 3 for the tunnel, 2 to break through the outer door. I feel it is my best chance. I mustn't waste it, spoil it through lack of preparation. I can't sleep. I must do something. I'm going to write about the first time I met GP. Caroline said, "Oh, this is Miranda, my niece," and went on telling him obviously about me. One Saturday morning shopping in the village. And I didn't know where to look, although I'd been wanting to meet him. He'd talked about him before. At once, I liked the way he treated her. Coolly, not trying to hide he was bored, not giving away before her like everyone else. She talked about him all the way home. I knew she was shocked by him, although she wouldn't admit it. The 2 broken marriages, and then the obvious fact that he didn't think much of her, so that I wanted to defend him from the beginning. Then meeting him, walking on the heath, having wanted to meet him again, and being ashamed of it again. The way he walked, very self-contained, not loosely. Such a nice old pilot coat. He said hardly anything. I knew he really didn't want to be with us, with Caroline, but he'd caught us up. He can't have spotted from behind who we are. He was obviously going the same way, and perhaps, I'm being vain, it was something that happened when Caroline was going on her silly woman of advanced ideas way, just a look between us. I knew he was irritated, and he knew I was ashamed. So he went round Kenwood with us, and Caroline showed off, until she sat in front of the Rembrandt. Don't you think he got the teeniest bit bored halfway through? I mean, I never feel I feel what I ought to feel, you know? And she gave him her stupid listen to me laugh. I was looking at him, and his face suddenly went minutely stiff, as if he'd been caught off guard. It wasn't done for me to see. It was the minutest change in the set of his mouth. He just gave her a look, almost amused, but his voice wasn't. It was icy cold. I must go now. Goodbye. The goodbye was for me. It wrote me off. Or it said, so you can put up with this? I mean, looking back on it, he seemed to be teaching me a lesson. I had to choose Caroline's way or his. And he was gone. We didn't even answer. And Caroline was looking after him and shrugging and looking at me and saying, "Well, really?" I watched him go out, his hands in his pockets. I was red. Caroline was furious, trying to slide out of it. He's always like that. He does it deliberately. Sneering at his painting all the way home. Second rail Paul Nash. Ridiculously unfair. And me feeling so angry with her and sorry for her at the same time. I couldn't speak. I couldn't be sorry for her, but I couldn't tell her he was right. Between them, Caroline and Em have every quality I hate in other women. I had a sort of despair for days afterwards, thinking how much of their rotten, pretentious blood I must have in me. Of course, there are times when I like Caroline. Her briskness, her enthusiasm, her kindness, and even all the pretentiousness that's so horrid next to the real thing. Well, it's better than nothing. I used to think the world of her when she came to stay. I used to love staying with her. She backed me up when there was the great family war about my future. All that till I lived with her and saw through her, grew up. I'm being hard young woman. Then, a week later, I ran into the lift at the Tube, and he was the only person there. I said hello, too brightly. Went red again. He just nodded as if he didn't want to speak. And then, at the bottom, it was vanity. I couldn't bear to be lumped with Caroline. I said, I'm sorry. My aunt said that Ken would. He said, she always irritates me. I knew he didn't want to talk about it. As we went towards the platform, I said, she's frightened of seeming behind the times. Aren't you? And he gave me one of his dry little smiles. I thought he doesn't like me playing at us against her. We were passing a film poster, and he said, that's a good film. Have you seen it? Do. When we came out on the platform, he said, come round one day, but leave your bloody aunt at home. And he smiled, a little infectious, mischievous smile. Not his age at all. Then he walked off, so by himself, so indifferent. So I did go round. One Saturday morning. He was surprised. I had to sit in silence for 20 minutes with him and the weird Indian music. He got straight back to the divan and lay with his eyes shut, as if I shouldn't have come, and I felt I ought never to have came, especially without telling C. And I felt as well that it really was a bit much, I suppose. I couldn't relax. At the end, he asked me about myself, curtly, as if it was all rather bore. And I stupidly tried to impress him, do the one thing I shouldn't, show off. I kept on thinking he didn't really mean me to come round. Suddenly he cut me short and took me round the room and made me look at things. His studio. The most beautiful room. I always feel happy there. Everything in harmony. Everything expressing only him. It's not deliberate. He hates interior decoration and gimmicks and vogue. But it's all him. Toinette, with her silly female house and garden ideas of austere good taste, calling it cluttered. I could have bitten her head off. The feeling that someone lives all his life in it, works in it, thinks in it, is it. And we thawed out. I stopped trying to be clever. He showed me how he gets his haze effect. Tonking gouache, with all his little homemade tools. Some friends of his came in, Barbara and Francis Cruikshank. He said, this is Miranda Gray. I can't stand her aunt. All in one breath. And they laughed. They were old friends I wanted to leave. But they were going for a walk. They had come in to make him go with them, and he wanted me to go too. Barbara Cruikshank did. He had special seduction eyes for me. Supposing Aunt sees us, GP said. Barbara's got the fullest reputation in Cornwall. I said, she's my aunt, not my duenna. So we all went to the Vale of Heath, Bob, and then on to Kenwood. Frances told me about their life in Cornwall, and I felt for the first time in my life that I was among people of an older generation that I understood. Real people. And at the same time, I couldn't help seeing Barbara was a bit of a sham. All those funny, malicious stories, while GP was the one who led us into the serious things. I don't mean that he wasn't gay too. Only he has this strange twist of plunging straight into what matters. Once, when he was away getting drinks, Barbara asked me how long I'd known GP. Then I'd said, I wish to God I met someone like GP when I was a student. And quiet little Frances said, we think he's the most wonderful person. He's one of the few. She didn't say which few, but I knew what she meant. At Kenwood, GP made us split. He took me straight to the Rembrandt and talked about it, without lowering his voice. And I had the smallness to be embarrassed because some other people there stared at us. I thought he must look like father and daughter. He told me all about the background to the picture, what Rembrandt probably felt like at that time, what he was trying to say, how he said it, as if I knew nothing about art, as if he was trying to get rid of the whole cloud of false ideas I probably had about it. We went out to wait for the others. He said, that picture moves me very much. And he looked at me as if he thought I might laugh. One of those flashes of shyness he has. I said, it moves me now, too. But he grinned. It can't possibly. Not for years yet. How do you know? He said, I suppose there are people who are purely moved by great art. I never met a painter who was. I'm not. All I think of when I see the picture is that it has the supreme mastery I have spent all my life trying to attain, and shall not, ever. You're young, you can understand, but you can't feel that yet. I said, I think I do. He said, then that's bad. You should be blind to failure at your age. Then he said, don't try to be our age. I shall despise you if you do. He said, you're like a kid trying to see over a 6-foot wall. That was the first time. He hated me for attaching him. The Professor Higgins said of him. Later, when the Cruikshanks came out, he said, as they walked towards us, Barbara's a womanizer. Refuse to meet him if he asks. I gave him a surprised look. He said, smiling at them, not you. I can't stand the pain for Frances. Back in Hampstead, I left them and went home. All the way back there, I'd realized that GP was making sure Barbara Cruikshank and I shouldn't be left alone. They, Barbara, asked me to come to see them if I was ever in Cornwall. GP said, see you one day. As if he didn't care whether he did or not. I told Caroline I'd met him by chance. He had said he was sorry. Lie. If she'd rather I didn't see him, I wouldn't. But I found him very stimulating to be with, full of ideas. I needed to meet such people. It was too hard of me. I knew she would do the decent thing if I put it like that. I was my own mistress, and so on. And then she said, darling, you know I'm the last person to be a prude. But his reputation, there must be fire. There's so much smoke. I said I'd heard about it, I could look after myself. It's her own fault. She shouldn't insist on being called Caroline and treated like a girl in so many ways. I can't respect her as my aunt. As a giver of advice. Everything's changing. I keep on thinking of him, of things he said and I said, and how we neither of us really understood what the other meant. No, he understood, I think. He counts possibilities so much faster than I can. I'm growing up so quickly down here, like a mushroom. Or is it that I've lost my sense of balance? Perhaps it's all a dream. I jab myself with a pencil, but perhaps that's a dream too. If he came to the door now, I should run into his arms. I should want him to hold my hand for weeks. I believe I could love him in the other way. His way now. October 23rd. The curse is with me. I'm a bitch to see. No mercy. It's the lack of privacy on top of everything else. I made him let me walk in the cellar this morning. I think I could hear a tractor working. And sparrows. So daylight sparrows. An airplane. I was crying. My emotions are all topsy-turvy, like frightened monkeys in a cage. I felt I was going mad last night, so I wrote and wrote and wrote myself into the other world. To escape in spirit, if not in fact. To prove it still exists. I've been making sketches for a painting I shall do when I'm free. A view of a garden through a door. It sounds silly in words, but I see it as something very special. All black, umber, dark gray, mysterious angular forms and shadow leading to the distant soft honey whitish square of the light-filled door. A sort of horizontal shaft. I sent him away after supper and I've been finishing Emma. I am Emma Woodhouse. I feel for her, of her and in her. I have a different sort of snobism, but I understand her snobism. Her prejudiceness. I admire it. I know she does wrong things. She tries to organize other people's lives. She can't see Mr. Knightley's as a man in a million. She's temporary, silly, yet all the time she knows she's basically intelligent, alive. Creative, determined to set the highest standards. A real human being. Her faults are my faults. Her virtues, I must make my virtues. And all day I've been thinking, I shall write some more about GP tonight. There was a time I took some of my work round for him to look at. I took the things I thought he would like. Not just the clever things, like the perspective of Lady Mont. He didn't say a thing as he looked through them. Even when he was looking at the ones, like the Carmen at Ivan Hugo, that I think are my best. Or did then. And at the end he said, they're not much good, in my opinion, but a bit better than I expected. It was as if he had turned and hit me with his fist. I couldn't hide it. He went on, it's quite useless, I think, of your feelings in any way at all. I can see you're a Dawesman. You're a fairish sense of color and whatnot, sensitive, all that. But you wouldn't be at all the Slade if you hadn't. I wanted him to stop, but he would go on. He had obviously seen quite a lot of painting. Tried not to plagiarize too flagrantly. But this thing of your sister, Kokoschka, a mile off. He must have have seen my cheeks were red because he said, "Is all this rather disillusioning?" It's meant to be. It nearly killed me. I know he was right. It would have been ridiculous if he hadn't said exactly what he thought. If he'd just kind uncled me. But it hurt. It hurt like a series of slaps across the face. I'd made up my mind that he would like some of my work. What made it worse was his coldness. He seemed so absolutely serious and clinical. Not the faintest line of humor or tenderness, even of sarcasm, on his face. Suddenly, much older than me, he said, "One has to learn that painting, well, in the academic and technical sense, comes right at the bottom of the list. I mean, you've got the ability. So have thousands. But the thing I look for isn't here. It just isn't here." Then I said, "I know this hurts. As a matter of fact, I nearly asked you not to bring this round. But then I thought, there's a sort of eagerness about you. You'd survive. You knew they wouldn't be any good," I said. "I expected just about this. Shall we forget you brought them?" But I knew he was challenging me. I said, "Tell me in detail, what is wrong with this?" And I gave him one of the street scenes. He said, "It's quite graphic, well composed. I can't tell you details. But it's not living art. It's not a limb of your body. I don't expect you to understand this at your age. It can't be taught you. You either have it one day or you don't. They're teaching you to express personality at the slate, personality in general. But however good you get at translating personality into line or paint, it's no good if your personality isn't worth translating. It's all luck, pure hazard." He spoke in fits and starts, and there was a silence. I said, "Shall I tear them up?" And he said, "Now you're being hysterical." I said, "I've got so much to learn." He got up and said, "I think you've got something in you. I don't know. Women very rarely have. I mean, most women just want to be good at something. They've got good at minds, and they mean deftness and a fair and good taste and whatnot. They can't ever understand that if your desire is to go to the furthest limits of yourself, then the actual form your art takes doesn't seem important to you. Whether you use words or paint or sounds. What you will," I said. "Go on." He said, "I'd rather like your voice. You put up with your voice and speak with it because you haven't any choice. But it's what you say that counts. It's what distinguishes all great art from the other kind. The technically accomplished buggers are two a penny in a period, especially in this great age of universal education." He was sitting on his divan, talking at my back. I had to stare out of the window. I thought I was going to cry. He said, "Critics spiel away about superb technical accomplishment. Absolutely meaningless. That sort of jargon. Art's cruel. You can get away with murder with words, but a picture is like a window straight through your immense heart. And all you've done there is build a lot of little windows onto a heart full of other fashionable artist paintings." He came and stood beside me and picked out one of the abstracts. I'd done at home. "You're saying something here about Nicholson or Passmore, not about yourself. You're using a camera just as Trompe l'Oeil is mischallenged photography. So I was painting in someone else's style. You're photographing here. That's all. I'll never learn, I said. It's to unlearn, he said. You've nearly finished the learning. The rest is luck. No, a little more than luck. Courage, patience. We talked for hours. He talked and I listened. It was like wind and sunlight. It blew all the cobwebs away, shone on everything. Now I wrote down what he said. It seems so obvious, but it's something in the way he says things. He is the only person I know who always seems to mean what he says when he talks about art. If one day you found he didn't, it would be like a blasphemy. And there is the fact that he is a good painter, and I know he will be quite famous one day. And this influences me more than it should. Not only what he is, what he will be. I remember later he said, Professor Higgins again, you don't really stand a dog's chance anyhow. You're too pretty. The eye of love's your line. Not the love of art. I'm going to the heath to drown myself, I said. I shouldn't marry. Have a tragic love affair. Have your ovaries cut out. Something. And he gave me one of those really wicked looks out of the corners of his eyes. It wasn't just that. It was frightened in a funny little boy way too. As if he'd said something he knew he wouldn't have. To see how I would react. And suddenly he seemed so much younger than me. He so often seems young in a way I can't explain. Perhaps that he's made me look at myself and see that what I believe is old and stuffy. People who teach you cram old ideas, old views, old ways into you, like covering plants with layer after layer of old earth. It's no wonder the poor things so rarely come up fresh and green. But GP has. I didn't recognize it as fresh green smoothiness for a long time, but now I do. October 24th. Another bad day. I made sure it was bad for Caliban too. Sometimes he irritates me so much that I could scream at him. It's not so much the way he looks, though that's bad enough. He's always so respectable. His trousers always have the creases. His shirts he always wears clean. I really think he'd be happier if he wore stretched collars. So utterly not with it. And he stands. He's the most tremendous stander around I've ever met. Always with that I'm sorry expression on his face. What I begin to realize is actually contentment. The sheer joy of having me under his power, of being able to spend all and every day staring at me. He doesn't care what I say or how I feel. My feelings are meaningless to him, as the fact that he's got me. I could scream abuse at him all day long. He wouldn't mind at all. It's me he wants. My look, my outside, not my emotions or my mind or my soul or even my body. Not anything human. He's a collector. That's the great dad thing in him. What irritates me most about him is the way of speaking. Cliché after cliché after cliché. And all so old-fashioned, as if he spent all his life with people over 50. At lunchtime today, he said, I called in with regard to those records they've placed it on order. I said, why don't you just say, I asked about those records you ordered? He said, I know my English isn't correct, but I tried to make it correct. I didn't argue. That sums him up. He's got to be correct. He's got to do whatever was right and nice before either of us was born. I know it's pathetic. I know he's a victim of a miserable nonconformist suburban world and a miserable social class, the horrid, timid copycatting, genteel, in-between class. I used to think D and M's class the worst. All golf and grin, and bridge and cars, and the right accent and the right money, and having been to the right school, and hating the arts, the theatre being a pantomime at Christmas, and hay fever by the town rep, Picasso and Bartók, dirty words unless you wanted to get a laugh. Well, this is foul, but Caliban's England is fouler. It makes me sick. The blindness, deadness, out-of-dateness, stodginess, and, yes, sheer jealous malice of the great bulk of England. GP talks about the Paris rat, not being able to face England anymore. I can understand that so well. The feeling that England stifles and smothers and crushes like a steamroller over everything fresh and green and original. And that's what causes tragic failures, like Matthew Smith and Augustus John. They've done the Paris rat, and they live ever after in the shadow of Gauguin and Matisse, or whoever it may be. Just as GP says, he once lived under a shadow of Braque and suddenly woke up one morning to realize that all he had done for 5 years was a lie, because it was based on Braque's eyes and sensibilities, and not his own. Photography. It's all because there's a little hope in England that you have to turn to Paris or somewhere abroad, but you have to force yourself to accept the truth. The Paris is always an escape downwards. GP's words. Not saying anything against Paris, but you have to face up to England and the apathy of the environment. There are all GP's words and ideas. And the great dead weight of the Calibanity of England. And the real saints are people like Moore and Sutherland, who fight to the England artists in England, like Constable and Palmer and Blake. Another thing is, I said to Caliban another day, we were listening to jazz. I said, don't you dig this? And he says, in the garden. I said he was so square, he was hardly credible. Oh, that he said, like rain, endless dreary rain, color killing. I've forgotten to write down the bad dream I had last night. I always seem to get them at dawn. It's something to do with the stuffiness of this room after I've been locked in for a night. The relief when he comes and the door is open and the fan on. I've asked him to let me go straight out and breathe the cellar air, but he always makes me wait until I've had breakfast. As I think he might not let me have my half hour in mid-morning. If he let me go out earlier, I don't insist. The dream was this. I'd done a painting. I can't really remember what it was like, but I was very pleased with it. It was at home. I went out, and while I was out, I knew something was wrong. I had to get home. When I rushed up to my room, Em was there, sitting at the Pembroke table. Minnie was standing by the wall, looking frightened. I think GP was there too, and other people, for some peculiar reason. And the picture was in shreds, great long strips of canvas, and Dam was stabbing at the tabletop with her secateurs, and I could see she was white with rage. And I left the same, the most wild rage and hatred. I woke up then. I have never felt such rage for Am. Even that day, when she was drunk and hit me in front of that hateful boy, Peter Catesby. I can remember standing there with her slap on my cheek and feeling ashamed, outraged, shocked, everything, but sorry for her. I went and sat by the bed and held her hand and let her cry and forgave her and defended her with Daddy and Minnie. But this dream seemed so real, so terribly natural. I've accepted that she tried to stop me from becoming an artist. Parents always misunderstand their children. No, I won't misunderstand mine. I knew I was supposed to be the son and surgeon poor Dee never was able to be. Carmen will be that now. I mean, I have forgiven them. They're fighting against my ambition for their ambitions. I won, so I must forgive. But that hatred and that dream, it was so real. I don't know how to exorcise it. I could tell it to GP, but there's only the shithery scratch of my pencil on this bed. Nobody who has not lived in the dungeon could understand how absolute the silence down here is. No noise unless I make it, so I feel near death, buried. No outside noises to help me be living at all. Often I put on a record, not to hear music, but to hear something. I have a strange illusion quite often. I think I've become deaf. I have to make a little noise to prove I'm not. I clear my throat to show myself that everything's quite normal. It's like the little Japanese girl they found in the ruins of Hiroshima. Everything dead, and she was singing to her doll. October 25th. I must escape. I spent hours and hours today thinking about it. Wild ideas. He's so cunning. It's incredible. Foolproof. It must seem I never try to escape, but I can't try every day. That's the trouble. I have to space out the attempts. And each day here is like a week outside. Violence, it's no good. It must be cunning. Face to face, I can't be violent. The idea makes me feel weak at the knees. I remember wandering with Donald somewhere in the East End after we'd been to the Whitechapel, and we saw a group of teddies standing round two middle-aged Indians. We crossed the street. I felt sick. The teddies were shouting, chivying, and bullying them off the pavement on the road. Donald said, "What can one do?" And we both pretended to shrug it off, to hurry away. It was beastly, their violence and our fear of violence. If he came to me now and knelt and handed me the poker, I couldn't hit him. It's no good. I've been trying to sleep for the last half hour, and I can't. Writing here is a sort of a drug. It's the only thing I took forward to. This afternoon, I read what I wrote about GP the day before yesterday, and it seemed vivid. I know it seems vivid because my imagination fills in all the bits another person wouldn't understand. I mean, it's vanity, because it seems a sort of magic to be able to call my past back. And I just can't live in the present. I would go mad if I did. I've been thinking about today of the time I took Piers and Antoinette to meet him. The black side of him. No, I was stupid. They come to Hampstead to have coffee, and we were to go to the Everyman. But the queue was too long, so I let them bully me into talking them around. It was vanity on my part. I talked too much about him, so that they began to hint that I couldn't be so very friendly if I was afraid to take them around to meet him. And I fell for it. I could see he wasn't pleased at the door, but he asked us up, and oh, it was terrible. Terrible. Pierre's was at his stickiest and cheapest, and Antoinette was almost parodying herself. She was so sex-kittenish. I tried to excuse everyone to everyone else. GP was in such a weird mood. I knew he could withdraw, but he went out of his way to not be rude. He could have seen Pierre's was only trying to cover up his feelings of insecurity. They tried to get him to discuss his own work, but he wouldn't. He started to be outrageous. Four-letter words, all sorts of bitter, cynical things about the slate and various artists, things I know he doesn't believe. He certainly managed to shock me and Pierre's. But, of course, Antoinette just went one better. Simpered and trembled her eyelashes, and said something fouler still. So he changed talk. Cut us short every time we tried to speak. Me too. And then I did something even more stupid than the having gone there in the first place. There was a pause, and he obviously thought we would go. But I, idiotically, thought I could see Antoinette and Pierre's looking rather amused, and I was sure it was because they felt I didn't know him as well as I'd said. So I had to try to prove to them that I could manage him. I said, could we have a record, GP? For a moment, he looked as if he would say no. But then he said, why not? Let's hear someone saying something, for a change. He didn't give us any choice. He just went and put a record on. He lay on the divan and with his eyes closed, as usual, and Pierre's and Antoinette obviously thought it was a pose. Such a thin, strange, quavering noise, and such a tense, awkward atmosphere had built up. I mean, it was the music on top of everything else. Pierre started to smirk, and Antoinette had a fit of, she can't giggle, she's too slinky, her equivalent, and I smiled. I admit it, Pierre cleaned out his ear with his little finger and then leaned on his elbow with his forehead on outstretched fingers, and shook his head every time the instrument, I didn't know what it was then, vibrated. Antoinette half choked. It was awful. I knew he would hear. He did. He saw Pierre cleaning his ears again, and Pierre saw himself being seen and put on a clever sort of don't mind us smile. GP jumped up and turned off the player. He said, you don't like it? Pierre said, have I got to like it? I said, Pierre, that wasn't funny. Pierre said, I wasn't making a noise, was I? Have we got to like it? GP said, get out. Antoinette said, I'm afraid I always think of Bernard. You know, the two skeletons. GP said, frightening. His face, he can look devilish. First, I'm delighted that you should admire Beckham. A pompous little Dakarist bandmaster who stood against everything creative in the art of this time. Second, if you can't tell that from a harpsichord, Christ help you. Third, to Pierre's. I think you're the smuggest young lieabout I've met for years. And you? Me. Are these your friends? I stood there. I couldn't say anything. He made me furious. They made me furious. And anyhow, I was 10 years more embarrassed than furious. Pierre shrugged. Antoinette looked bewildered, but vaguely amused. The bitch and I was red. It makes me red again to think of it, and of what happened to her later. How could he? Take it easy, said Pierce. It's only a record. I suppose he was angry. He must have known it was a stupid thing to say. You think that's only a record? GP said. Is that it? It's just a record. Are you like this stupid little bitch's aunt? Do you think Rembrandt got the teeniest bit bored when he painted? Do you think Bach made funny faces and giggled when he wrote that? Do you? Piers looked dafted, deflated, almost frightened. Well, do you? Shouted GP. He was terrible, both ways. He was terrible because he had started it all. He had determined to behave in this way. And wonderfully terrible because passion is something you never see. I've grown up among people who've always tried to hide passion. He was raw, naked, trembling with rage. Pierre said, "We are not as old as you are." It was pathetic, feeble. Showed him up for what he really is. Christ, said GP, art students. Art students. I can't write what he said next. Even Antoinette looked shocked. We just turned and went. The studio door slammed behind us when we were on the stairs. I hissed a "damn you" at Pierce at the bottom and pushed them out. Darling, he'll murder you, said Antoinette. I shut the door and waited. After a moment, I heard the music again. I went up the stairs and very slowly opened the door. Perhaps he heard. I don't know. But he didn't look up, and I sat on a stool near the door until it was finished. He said, "What do you want, Miranda?" I said, "To say I'm sorry, and to hear you say you're sorry." He went and stared out the window. I said, "I know I was stupid. I may be little, but I'm not a bitch." He said, "You try." I think he didn't mean you try to be a bitch. I said, "You could have told us to go away. We would have understood." There was a silence. He turned to look at me across the studio. I said, "I'm very sorry." He said, "Go home. We can't go to bed together." When I stood up, he said, "I'm glad you came back. It was decent of you." Then he said, "You would." I went down the stairs and he came out behind me. "I don't want to go to bed with you. I'm speaking about the situation. Not us. Understand?" I said, "Of course I understand." And I went on down. Being female, wanting to make him heal what I was hurt. As I opened the bottom door, he said, "I've been hitting it." He must have seen I didn't understand, because he added, "Drinking." He said, "I'll telephone you." He did. He took me to the concert to hear the Russians play Shostakovich. And he was sweet. That's just what he was, even though he never apologized. October 26. I don't trust him. He's bought his house. If he lets me go, he'll have to trust me. Or he'll have to sell it and disappear before I can. could get to the police. Either way, it will be unlike him. It's too depressing. I have to believe he'll keep his word. He spends pounds and pounds on me. It must be nearly 200 already. Any book, any record, any clothes. He has all my sizes. I sketch what I want and mix up the colors as a guide. He even buys all my underwear. I can't put on the black and peach creations he bought before. So I told him to go and get something sensible at Marks and Spencer. He said, "Can I buy a lot together?" Of course, it must be agony for him to go shopping for me. What does he do at the chemist's? So I suppose he prefers to get it all over in one go. But what can they think of him? 1,000 pence and 3 slips and vests and bras. I asked him what they said when he gave the order, and he went red. I think they think I am a bit peculiar, he said. It was the first time I really laughed since I came here. Every time he buys me something, I think it is proof that he's not going to kill me or do anything else unpleasant. I shouldn't, but I like it when he comes in at lunchtime from whenever he goes. There are always parcels. It's like having a perpetual Christmas day and not even having to thank Santa Claus. Sometimes he brings things I haven't asked for. He buys flowers, and that is nice. Chocolates, but he eats more of them than I do. And he keeps on asking me what I'd like to buy. I know he's the devil showing me the world that can be mine. So I don't sell myself to him. I cost him a lot in little things, but I know he wants me to ask for something big. He's dying to make me grateful, but he shan't. An awful thought that came to me today. They will have suspected GP. Caroline is bound to give the police his name. Poor man. He will be sarcastic and they won't like it. I've been trying to draw him today. Strange. It is hopeless. Nothing like him. I know he's short, only an inch or 2 more than me. I've always dreamed tall men. Silly. He's going to bald, and he has a nose like a Jew's. Though he isn't. Not that I'd mind if he was. And the face is too broad, battered and worn and pitted into a bit of a mask, so that I never quite believe whatever expression it's got on. I glimpse things I think must come from behind, but I'm never very sure. He puts on a special dry face for me sometimes. I see it go on. It doesn't seem dishonest, though. It seems just GP. Life is a bit of a joke. It's silly to take it seriously. Be serious about art, but joke a little about everything else. Not the day when the H-bombs drop, but the day of the great fry-up, when the great fry-up takes place. Sick. It's this way of being healthy. Short and broad-faced, with a hook nose, even a bit Turkish. Not really English looking at all. I have this silly notion about English good looks. Advertisement man. Lady Mount man. October 27th. The tunnel round the door is my best bet. I feel I must try it soon. I think I worked out the way of getting him away. I've been looking very carefully at the door this afternoon. It's wood-faced with iron on this side. Terribly solid. I would never break it down or lever it open. He's made sure there's nothing to break at. and lever with. In any case, I began to collect some tools. A tumbler I can break. That will be something sharp. A fork and 2 teaspoons. They're aluminium, but they might be useful. What I need most is something strong and sharp to pick out the cement between the stones with. Once I can make the hole through them, it shouldn't be too difficult to get round into the outer cellar. This makes me feel particular, practical, businesslike. But I haven't done anything. I feel more hopeful. I don't know why, but I do. October 28th. GB as an artist. Caroline's second-rate Paul Nash. Horrid, but there is something in it. Nothing like what he would call photography, but not absolutely individual. I think it's just that he arrived at the same conclusions, and either he sees that his landscapes have a Nashy quality, or he doesn't. Either way, it's a criticism of him, that he neither sees it nor says it. I'm being objective about him, his faults, his hatred or abstract painting, even of people like Jackson Pollock and Nicholson. Why? I'm more than half convinced intellectually by him, but I still feel some of the paintings he says are bad are beautiful. I mean, he's too jealous. He condemns too much. I don't mind this. I'm trying to be honest about him. And about myself. He hates people who don't think things through. And he does it. Too much. But he has, except over women, principles. He makes most people with so-called principles look like empty tin cans. I remember he once said about a Mondrian, it isn't whether you like it, but whether you ought to like it. I mean, he dislikes abstract art on principle. He ignores what he feels. I've been leaving the worst to last. Women. Must have been about the 4th or 5th time I went round to see him. There was the Nielsen woman. I suppose, now, they'd been to bed together. I was so naive, but they didn't seem to mind my coming. They needn't have answered the bell, and he was rather nice to me in her glittery at-home sort of way. Must be 40. What could he see in her? Then, a long time after that, it was May, and I'd been the night before, and he was out, or in the bed with someone, and that evening he wasn't all alone, and he walked some time. He was telling me about John Minton, and then he put on an Indian record, and we were quiet, but he didn't shut his eyes at the time. He was looking at me, and I was embarrassed. Then the raga ended. There was a silence. I said, "Shall I turn it?" But he said no. He was in the shadow. I couldn't see him very well. Suddenly he said, "Would you like to come to bed?" I said, "No, I wouldn't." He caught me by surprise, and I sounded foolish, frightened. He said, his eyes still on me, 10 years ago I would have married you. You would have been my second disastrous marriage. It wasn't really a surprise. It had been waiting for weeks. He came and stood by me. "You're sure?" I said, "I haven't come here for that. At all. It seemed so unlike him. So crude. I think now I know now." He said, was being kind. Deliberately obvious and crude. Just as he sometimes lets me beat him at chess. He went to make Turkish coffee and he said through the door, "You're misleading." I went and stood in the kitchen door while he watched the Ricky. He looked back at me. I could swear you wanted sometimes. How old are you? I said, I could be your father. Is that what you mean? I hate promiscuity, I said. I didn't mean that. He had his back turned on me. I felt angry with him. He seemed so irresponsible. I said, anyhow, you don't attract me the way in the least. He said, with his back still turned, what do you mean by promiscuity? I said, going to bat for pleasure. Sex and nothing else. Without love. He said, I'm very promiscuous then. I never go to bed with the people I love. I did once. I said, you warned me against Barbara Cruikshank. I'm warning you against myself now, he said. He stood, watching the Ricky. You know the Ashmolean Usawa? The hunt? No? The design hits you the moment you see it. Apart from the other technical things, you know it's faultless. The professors with Middle European names spend their lives working out that the great inner secret is that thing you feel at the first glance. You know, I see you have the great inner secret too. God knows what it is. I am not a Middle European professor. I don't really care how it is. But you have it. You're like Sheraton Jonery. You won't fall apart. He spoke in all a very matter-of-fact voice, too. It's hazard, of course, he said. The genes. He lifted Ricky off the gas ring at the last possible moment. The only thing is, he said, there's a scarlet point in your eye. What is it? Passion? Stop? He stood staring at me. The dry look. It's not bad, I said. But for someone, not for me. I sat on a divan and he on his high stool by the bench. I've shocked you, he said. I was warned. My aunt? Yes. He turned and very slowly, very carefully poured the coffee into the cups. He said, all my life, I've had to have women. They're mostly brought me happiness. Unhappiness. The most has been brought by the relationships that were supposed to be pure and noble. There, he pointed at the photo of his 2 sons. That's the fine fruit of a noble relationship. I went and got my coffee and leaned against the bench, away from him. Robert's only 4 years younger than you are now, he said. Don't drink it yet. Let the ground settle. He didn't seem at ease, as if he had to talk, be on the defensive. Disillusion me and get my sympathy at the same time. He said, lust is simple. You reach the understanding at once. You both want to get into bed, or one of you doesn't. But love. The women I've loved have always told me I'm selfish. It's what makes them love me. And then he discussed it with me. Do you know what they always think is selfishness? He was scraping the glue away from the broken Chinese blue and white bowl. He brought in the porcelain road. And we painted 2 friendishly excited horsemen chasing a timid little fallow deer. Very short-fingered use of hands. Not that I will paint in my own way, live in my own way, speak in my own way. They don't mind that. It even excites them. But what they can't stand is, I hate them when they don't behave in their own way. It was as if I was another man. People like your bloody aunt think I'm a cynic, a wrecker of homes, a rake. I've never seduced a woman in my life. I like bad. I like the female body. I like the way even the shallowest of women become beautiful when their clothes are off, and they think they're talking a profound and wicked step. They always do, the first time. Do you know what is almost extinct in your sex? He looked sideways at me, so I shook my head. Innocence. The one time you see it is when a woman takes her clothes off and cannot look you in the eyes. As I couldn't then. Just that first Botticelli moment of the first time of her taking her clothes off. Sun shrivels. The old Eve takes over. The strumpet. Exit. Anna Diomene. Who's she? I asked. He explained. I was thinking, I shouldn't let him talk like this. He is drawing a net around me. I didn't think it. I felt it. He said, I've met dozens of women and girls like you. Some I've known well, some I've seduced against their better nature and my better nature. 2 I've even married. Some I've hardly known at all, just stood beside them at an exhibition in the Tube, whenever. After a while he said, You're bred young? No, I said. He's given your species of a sex a name. Not that it helps. The disease is just as bad. Tell me the name, I said. He said, You don't tell diseases their names. Then there was a strange silence, as if we'd come to a full stop, as if he'd expected me to react in some other way. Be more angry or shocked, perhaps. I was shocked and angry afterwards, in a peculiar way, but I'm glad I didn't run away. It was one of those evenings when one grows up. I suddenly knew I had either to behave like a shocked girl who had still been at school that time the year before, or like an adult. You're the weird kid, he said at last. Old-fashioned, I said. You'd be a bloody bore if you weren't so pretty. Thank you. I didn't really expect to go to bed with me, he said. I know, I said. He gave me a long look, then he changed. He got out of the chessboard, and we played chess, and he let me beat him. He wouldn't admit it, but I'm sure he did. We hardly said anything. We seemed to communicate through the chessmen. There was something very symbolic about the winning. That he wished me to feel, I don't know what it was. I don't know whether it was what he wanted me to say. My virtue triumphed over his vice, or something subtler, that sometimes losing is winning. The next time I went, he gave me a drawing he had done. It was of a wiki and the 2 cups on a bench. Beautifully drawn, absolutely simple, absolutely without fuss or nervousness, absolutely free of that clever art student look the drawings of simple objects I do have. Just the 2 cups and the little copper wiki and his hand, or a hand, lying by one of the cups, like a plaster cast. On the back he wrote, Après, and the date, and then, Pour une princesse, longtemps. The une was very heavily underlined. I wanted to go on about Toinette, but I'm too tired. I want to smoke when I write, and it makes the air so stuffy. October 29th, morning. He's gone into Lewis? Toinette. It was a month after the evening of the record. I ought to have guessed. She had been poring over me for days, giving me arch looks. I thought it was something to do with Piers. And then one evening I rang the bell, and then I noticed the lock was up. So I pushed the door open and looked up the stairs, at the same time as Toinette looked down round the door. And we were looking at each other. After a moment she came out on the landing, and she was dressing. She didn't say anything. She just gestured me to come up and into the studio, and was worst. I was red, and she was not. She was just amused. "Don't look so shocked," she said. "He'll be back in a minute. He's just gone out for—" But I never heard what it said, because I went. I've never really analyzed why I was so angry and so shocked and so hurt. Donald, Piers, David, everyone knows she lives in London, as she lived in Stockholm. She's told me herself, they've told me, and GP had told me what he was like. It was not just jealousy, it was someone like GP could be so close to someone like her. Someone so real and someone so shallow, so phony, so loose. But why should he have considered me at all? There's not a single reason. He's 21 years older than I am, 9 years younger than D. 4 days afterwards, it wasn't GP I was disgusted with, but myself, and my narrow-mindedness. I forced myself to listen to Toinette. She didn't crow at all. I think that must have been GP's doing. He ordered her not to. She went back the next day. She said it was to say she was sorry, and her words, "It just happened." I was so jealous. They made me feel older than they were. They were like naughty children, happy with a secret. Then, that I was frigid. I couldn't bear to see GP. In the end, it must have been a week later, he rang me up again one evening at Caroline's. He didn't sound guilty. I said I was too busy to see him. I wouldn't go round that evening, no. If he had pressed, I would have refused, but he seemed to be about to ring off. And I said I'd go around the next day. I so wanted him to know I was hurt. "You can't be hurt over the telephone." Caroline said, "I think you're seeing too much of him." I said, "He's having an affair with a Swedish girl." We even had a talk about it. It was very fair. I defended him, but in bed I lay and accused him to myself for hours. The first thing he said the next day was, no pretending, "Has she been a bitch to you?" I said, "No, not at all." Then, as if I didn't care, "Why should she?" He smiled. "I know what you're feeling," he seemed to say. It made me want to slap his face. It couldn't look as if it didn't care, which made it worse. He said, "Men are vile." I said, "The vilest thing about them is that they can say that with a smile on their faces." "That is true," he said. And there was silence. I wished I hadn't come. I wished I'd caught him out of my life. Looked at the bedroom door. It was ajar. I could see the end of the bed. I said, I'm not able to put life in compartments yet. That's all. Look, Miranda, he said, those 20 long years that lie between you and me. I've more knowledge of life than you. I've lived more and betrayed more and seen more betrayed. At your age, one is bursting with ideas. You think that because I sometimes see what's trivial and what's important in art, that I ought to be more virtuous. But I don't want to be virtuous. My charm, if there is any, for you is simply frankness and experience, not goodness. I'm not a good man. Perhaps morally I'm younger, even than you are. Can you understand that? He was only saying what I felt. I was stiff and he was subtle. And I ought to be the other way round. The fault all mine. But I kept on thinking, he took me to the concert and he came back here to her. I remember times when I rang the bell and there had been no answer. I see now, it was all sexual jealousy, but then it seemed a betrayal of principles. I still don't know, it's all mumbled in my mind. I can't judge. I said, I'd like to hear Ravi Shankar. I couldn't say, I forgive you. So we listened to that. Then played chess, and he beat me. No reference to Toinette, except at the very end on the stairs, when he said, It's all over now. I didn't say anything. She only did it for fun, he said. But it was never the same. It was a sort of truce. I saw him a few times more, but never alone. I wrote him 2 letters when I was in Spain, and he sent a postcard back. I saw him once at the beginning of the month, but I'll write about that another time. And I'll write about the strange talk I had with a Nielsen woman. Something Toinette said. She said she talked about his boys, and I felt so sorry for him. How they used to ask him not to go to their posh prep school, but to meet them in the town. Ashamed to have him seen. How Robert at Marlborough patronizes him now. He never talked to me about them. Perhaps he secretly thinks I belong to the same world. A little middle-class boarding school prig. Evening. I tried to draw GP from memory again today. Hopeless. C sat reading The Catcher in the Rye after supper. Several times I saw him look to see how many pages more he had to read. He reads it only to show me how hard he is trying. I was passing the front door tonight, Bath, and I said, Well, thank you for a lovely evening. Goodbye now. And I made it as if to open the door. It was locked, of course. It seems stuck, I said. And he didn't smile. He just stood watching me. I said, It's only a joke. I know, he said. It's very peculiar. He made me feel a fool, just by not smiling. Of course, GP was always trying to get me into bed. I don't know why, but I see that more clearly now than I ever did at the same time. He shocked me, bullied me, taunted me, never in nasty ways. Obliquely. He didn't even force me in any way. Touch me, I mean. He respected me in a queer way. I don't think he really knew himself. He wanted to shock me. To him or away from him. He didn't know. Left it to chance. More photos today. Not many. I said it hurt my eyes too much. And I don't like him always ordering me about. He's terribly obsequious. Would I do this? Would I do that? Would I oblige by? No, he doesn't say oblige, but it's a wonder he doesn't. You ought to go for beauty comps, he said when he was winding up his film. Thank you, I said. The way we talk is mad. I don't see it till I write it down. He talks as if I'm free to go at any minute, and I'm the same. I bet you'd look smashing in a watcher merclet, he said. I looked puzzled. One of those French swimming things, he said. A bikini? I asked. I can't allow talk like that. So I stared coldly at him. Is that what you mean? To photograph like, he said, going red. And the weird thing is, I know he means exactly that. He didn't mean to be nasty. He was hinting at anything. He was just being clumsy, as usual. He meant literally what he said. It would be interesting to photograph in a bikini. I used to think it must be there. It's very deeply suppressed, but it must be there. But I don't anymore. I don't think he's suppressing anything. There's nothing to suppress. A lovely night walk. There were great reaches of clear sky, no moon. Sprinkles of warm white stars everywhere, like milky diamonds. And a beautiful wind from the west. It made him take me round and round 10 or 12 times, the branches rustling and owl hooting in the woods. And the sky all wild, all free, all wind and air and space and stars. Wind full of smells and faraway places. Hopes. The sea. I'm sure I could smell the sea. I said, later, of course. I was gagged outside. Are we near the sea? And he said, 10 miles. I said, near Lewis. He said, I can't say. As if someone else had strictly forbidden him to speak. I often feel that with him. A horrid little cringing good nature, dominated by a mean bad one. Indoor, it couldn't have been more different. We talked about his family again. I've been drinking scrumpy. I do it a little, to see if I can get him drunk or careless, but so far, he won't touch it. He's not a teetotaler, he says, so it's all part of his warderishness. Won't be corrupted. M. Tell me some more about your family. C. Nothing more to tell. That'll interest you. M. That's not an answer. C. It's like I said. M. As I said. C. I used to be told I was good at English. That was before I knew you. M. It doesn't matter. C. I suppose you got me. The A level and all that. M. Yes, I did. C. I got O level in math and biology. M. I was counting stitches, jumper, expensive French wool. Good. 17, 18, 19. C. I won a prize for hobbies. M. Clever you. Tell me more about your father. C. I told you. He was a representative. Stationery and fancy goods. M. A commercial traveler. C. They call them representatives now. M. He got killed in a car crash before the war. Your mother went off with another man. C. She was no good, like me. He gave him an icy look. Thank goodness his humor so rarely steeps out. M. So your aunt took you over? Yes. M. Like yours. Like Mr. Joe and Pip. C. Who? M. Never mind. C. She's all right. She kept me out of the orphanage. And your cousin Mabel, you've never said anything about her. See, she's older than me, 30. There's her older brother. He went out to Australia after the war to my Uncle Steve. He's a real Australian. Been out there years. I never seen him. And you haven't any other family? See, there's relations of Uncle Dick, but they and Aunt Annie never got on. You haven't said what Mabel's like. See, she's deformed, spastic, real sharp, always wants to know everything you've done. She can't walk? See, about the house. We had to take her out in a chair. Perhaps I've seen her. See, you haven't missed much. Aren't you sorry for her? See, it's like you have to be sorry for her all the time. It's Aunt Annie's fault. Go on. See, she makes everything around her deformed too. I can't explain. Like, nobody else had any right to be normal. I mean, she doesn't complain outright. It's just looks she gives, and you have to be dead careful. Suppose, well, I say not thinking one evening. I nearly missed the bus this evening. I had to run like Billy O, sure as fate, Aunt Annie would say. Think yourself lucky you can run. Mabel wouldn't say anything. She'd just look. How vile. See, you had to think very careful about what you said. Carefully. See, I mean carefully. Why didn't you run away? Live in digs? See, I used to think about it. Because they were two women on their own. You were being a gent. See, being a Charlie, more like it. Pathetic. His attempts at being cynic. And now they're in Australia making your other relationships miserable? See, I suppose so. Do they write letters? See, yes, not Mabel. Would you read one to me one day? See, what for? I'd be interested. See, greater inner struggle. I got one this morning. I've got it on me. A lot of argy-bargy, but in the end he took the letter from out the pocket. They're stupid. Never mind. Read it. All of it. He sat by the door and I knitted. I can't remember the letter word for word, but it was something like this. Dear Fred, that's the name she calls me by, he said. She doesn't like Ferdinand. Read with embarrassment. Very pleased to have yours, and as I said in my last, it's your money. God has been very kind to you, and you mustn't fly up in the face of his kindness, and I wish you had not taken this step. Your Uncle Steve says property's more trouble than it's worth. I notice you don't answer my question about the woman to clean. I know what men are, and just remember what they say. Cleanliness is next to godliness. I have no right, and you have been very generous, Fred. Uncle Steve and the boys and Gertie can't understand why you didn't come here with us. Gert only said this morning that you ought to be here. Your place is with us. But don't think I am not grateful. I hope the Lord will give me, but this has been a great experience, and you won't know Mabel. She is brown in the sun here. It is very nice, but I don't like the dust. Everything gets dirty and they live in a different way, so what we do at home, they speak English more like Americans, even Uncle Steve, than us. I shan't be sorry to get home to Backstone RD. It worries me to think of the damp and the dirt. I hope you did what I said and aired all the rooms and linen like I said and got a good cleaning woman in like I said, and the same as with you, I hope. Fred, I'm worried with all the money you wouldn't lose your head. There are a lot of clever, dishonest people, she means women, he said, about these days. I brought you up as well as I could, and if you do wrong, it's the same as I did. I shan't show this to Mabel. She says you don't like it. I know you are over age, over 21, she means, he said, but I worry about you because of all that happened. She means me being an orphan, he said. We liked Melbourne. It is a big town. Next week we are going to Brisbane to stay with Bob again and his wife. She wrote a nice letter. They will meet us at the station. Uncle Steve, Gert, and the children send their love. So does Mabel, and your ever-loving. Then she says I needn't worry about money. It's lasting very well. Then she hopes I got a woman who will work. He says the young ones don't clean proper nowadays. There was a long silence then. M. Do you think it's a nice letter? C. She always writes like that. It makes me want to be sick. C. She never had any real education. It's not the English, it's her nasty mind. C. She took me in. She certainly did. She took you in, and she's gone on taking you in. She's made an absolute fool out of you. C. Thank you very much. Well, she has. C. Oh, you're right. As per usual. Don't say that. I put down my knitting and closed my eyes. C. She never bossed me about half as much as you do. I don't boss you. I try to teach you. C. You teach me to despise her and think like you, and soon you'll leave me and you'll have no one at all. Now you're trying to pity yourself. C. It's the one thing you don't understand. You only got to walk into a room, people like you, and you can talk with anyone, you understand things. But when, do shut up. You're ugly enough without starting a whine. I picked up my knitting and put it away. When I looked round, he was standing there with his mouth open, trying to say something, and I knew it hurt him. I know he deserves to be hurt, but there it is. I've hurt him. He looked so glum. And I remembered he let me go out in the garden. I felt mean, and went to him and said I was sorry and held out my hand. But he wouldn't take it. It was queer. He really said a sort of dignity. He was really hurt. Perhaps that was it. And showing it. So I took his arm and made him sit down again. And I said, I'm going to tell you a fairy story. Once upon a time, I said, and he started bittery at the floor. There was a very ugly monster who captured a princess and put her in a dungeon in a castle. Every evening he made her sit with him and ordered her to say to him, You are very handsome, my lord. And every evening she said, You are very ugly, you monster. And then the monster looked very hurt and sad and stared at the floor. So one evening the princess said, If you do this thing and that thing, you might be handsome. But the monster said, I can't. The princess said, Try. But the monster said, I can't. Every evening it was the same. He asked her to lie and she wouldn't. So the princess began to think that he really enjoyed being a monster and very ugly. Then the day she saw he was crying when she told him, for the 50th time, that he was ugly. So she said, "You can become very handsome if you just do one thing. Will you do it?" "Yes," he said at last. He would try to do it. So he said, "Then set me free." And he set her free, and suddenly he wasn't ugly anymore. He was a prince who had been bewitched, and he followed the princess out of the castle, and they both lived happily ever afterwards. I knew it was silly as I was saying it. Faye. He didn't speak. He kept staring down. I said, "Now it's your turn to tell a fairy story." He just said, "I love you." And yes, he had more dignity than I did then, and I felt small, mean, always sneering at him, jabbing, hating him and showing it. It was funny. We sat in silence, facing each other, and had a feeling I've had once or twice before, or of most peculiar closeness to him. Not love or attraction or sympathy in any way, but linked destiny, like being shipwrecked on an island, a raft together, in every way, not wanting to be together, but together. I feel the sadness of his life, too, terribly, and of those of his miserable aunt and his cousin and their relatives in Australia. The great, dull, hopeless weight of it, like those Henry Moore drawings of the people in the tubes during the Blitz. People who would never see, feel, dance, draw, cry, music, feel the world, the west wind, never be in any real sense, just those 3 words, said and meant. I love you. They were quite hopeless. He said it as he might have said, I have cancer. His fairy story. October 31st. Nothing. I psychoanalyzed him this evening. He would sit so stiffly beside me. We were looking at Goya's etchings. Perhaps it was the etchings themselves, but he sat, and I thought he wasn't really looking at them, but thinking only of being so close to me. His inhibition. It's absurd. I talked at him as if he could easily be normal, as if he wasn't a maniac keeping me prisoner here, but a nice young man who wanted a bit of chivying from a jolly girlfriend. It's because I never see anyone else. He becomes the norm. I forget to compare. Another time, GP. It was soon after the icy douche, was he said about my work. I was restless one evening. I went round to his flat, about 10. He had his dressing gown on. I was just going to bed, he said. I wanted to hear some music. I said, I'll go away, but I didn't. He said, it's late. I said I was depressed. It had been a beastly day, and Caroline had been so silly at supper. He let me go up and made me sit on the divan, and he put on some music and turned out the lights, and the moon came through the window. It fell on my legs and lap through the skylight. A lovely show silver moon, sailing, and he sat in the armchair on the other side of the room, in the shadows. It was like music, the Goldberg variations. There was one towards the end that was very slow, very simple, very sad, but so beautiful, beyond words or drawing or anything but music. Beautiful, there in the moonlight, moon music, so silvery, so far, so noble. The 2 of us in that room, so past, no future. All intense, deep, and time only. A feeling that evening must end, the music, ourselves, the moon, everything. That if you get to the heart of things, you find sadness forever and ever, everywhere, but a beautiful silver sadness, like a Christ face. Accepting the sadness, knowing that to pretend it was all gay and treachery. Treachery to everyone sad at that moment, everyone ever sad. Treachery to such music, such truth. And all the fuss and anxiety and the sawdiness and the business of London, making a career, getting passions, art, learning, grabbing, frantically odd experience. Suddenly, the silent silver room full of that music, like lying on one's back, as we did in Spain, when we slept out, looking up between the fig branches into the star corridors, the great seas and oceans of stars, knowing what it was to be in a universe. I cried in silence. At the end he said, "Now, can I go to bed?" Gently making fun of me a little bit, bringing me back to earth. And I went. I don't think we said anything. I can't remember. He had his little dry smile. He couldn't see I was moved. His perfect tact. I would have gone to bed with him that night, if he had asked. If he had come and kissed me. Not for his sake, but for being alive's. November 1st. A new month, a new luck. The tunnel idea keeps nagging at me, but the difficulty till now has been something to dig the concrete out with. Then, yesterday, as I was doing my prison exercise in the outer cellar, I saw a nail. A big one. Down against the wall in the far corner. I drew out my handkerchief so that I could get a closer look. I couldn't pick it up. He watches me so closely. And that's awkward, with bound hands. Then, today, when I was by the nail, he always sits on the steps up. I said, I did it on purpose, "Run and get me a cigarette." There on the chair by the door. Of course he wouldn't. He said, "What's the game?" "I'll stay here. I won't move." "Why don't you get them yourself?" "Because sometimes I like to remember the days when men were nice to me. That's all." I didn't think it would work, but it did. He suddenly decided that there wasn't anything I could possibly do, nothing I could pick up. The locks, things away in the drawer when it come out here. He went through the door. Only a second. But I stopped, stooped like lightning, and got the nail out and into my skirt pocket, specially put on. And I was standing exactly as he left me when he jumped back. So I got my nail. And made him think he could trust me. 2 birds with 1 stone. Nothing. But it seems a tremendous victory. I've started putting my plan into effect. For days I've been telling Caliban that I don't see why D and M and everyone else should be left in the dark about whether I still exist. At least he could tell them I'm alive and all right. Tonight after supper, I told him he could buy paper from Woolworth's and use gloves on, and so on. He tried to wiggle out of it, as usual, but I kept at him. Every objection I squashed, and in the end, I thought he really was beginning to think he might do it for me. I told him he could post the letter in London, to put the police off the track, and
that I wanted all sorts of things in London. I got to get him away from here for at least 3 or 4 hours because of the burglar alarms. And then I'm going to try my tunnel. What I've been thinking is that as the walls of the cellar and the other one are stones, not stone, then behind the stones there must be earth. As I have to do is get through the skin of stones, and then I shall be in the soft earth, I imagine. Perhaps it's all wild, but I'm in a fever to try it. The Nielsen woman. I'd met her twice more at GP's, when there were other people there. One was her husband, a Dane, some kind of importer. He spoke perfect English, so perfect it sounded wrong, affected. I met her one day when she was coming out of the hairdresser's, and I'd been in to make an appointment for Caroline. She had on a special greasy bright look women like to put on for girls of my age. What Minnie calls welcome to the tribe of women. It means they're going to treat you like a grown-up, but they don't really think you are, and anyhow they're jealous of you. She would take me for a coffee. I was silly. I should have lied. It was a rhubarb about me, about her daughter, about art. She knows people and tried to dazzle me with names, but it's what people feel about art that I respect, not what or who they know. I know she can't be a lesbian, but she clings like that to one's words. Things in her eyes she doesn't dare tell you, but wants to ask her to. You don't know what's gone on, what still goes on between GP and me, she seems to say. I dare you to ask me. She talked on and on about Charlotte Street in the late 30s and the war. Dylan Thomas, GP, he likes you, she said. I know, I answered. But it was a shock, both that she should know had told her, and that she wanted to discuss it. I know she did. He always fallen for the really pretty ones, she said. She wanted terribly to discuss it. Then it was her daughter. She said she's 16 now. I just can't get across to her. Sometimes when I talk to her, I feel like an animal in a zoo. She just stands outside and watches me. I knew she'd said it before, or read it somewhere. You can always tell. They're all the same, women like her. It's not the teenagers and daughters who are different. We haven't changed. We're just young. It's the silly new middle-aged people who've got to be young, who've changed. This desperate, silly trying to stay with us. They can't be with us. We don't want them to be with us. We don't want them to wear our clothes styles and use our language and have our interests. They imitate us so badly that we can't expect them. But it made me feel that meeting with her, that GP did love me, want me, that there's a deep bond between us. His loving me in this way, my liking him very much, even loving him, but not sexually, in my way. A feeling that we're groping towards the compromise. A sort of fog of unsolved desire and sadness. between us. Something other people, like the Anne woman, couldn't ever understand. Two people in a desert, trying to find both themselves and the oasis where they can live together. I began to think more and more like this. It is terribly cruel fate to have put these 20 years between us. Why couldn't he be my age, or me his? So the age thing is no longer the all-important factor that puts love right out of the question, but a sort of cruel wall fate has built between us. I don't think anymore the wall is between us. I think the wall is what keeps us apart. November 2nd. He produced the paper after supper and dictated an absurd letter that I had to write out. Then the trouble started. I had prepared a little note, written in my smallest writing, and I slipped it into an envelope when he wasn't looking. It was very small, and in the best spy stories wouldn't have been noticed. He did. It upset him, made him see things in the cold light of reality, but he was genuinely shocked that I should be frightened. He can't imagine himself killing or raping me, and this is something. I let him have his pet, but in the end I went and tried to be nice to him, because I knew I must get him to send the letter. It was a job. I've never known him in such huff. Wouldn't he call it a day and let me go home? No. What did he want to do with me then? Take me to bed? He gave me such a look as if I was being really disgusting. Then I had an inspiration. I acted a little charade, his oriental slave. He likes me to play a fool. The stupidest things I do he calls witty. He has even got in the habit of joining in, stumbling after me. Not that I'm very dazzling, like a giraffe. So I got him to let me write another letter. He looked in the envelope again. Then I talked him into going to London, as my plan requires. I gave him a ridiculous list of things. Most of them I don't want, but it'll keep him busy, to buy. I told him it was impossible to trace a letter posted in London, so he finally agreed. He likes me to whittle, the brute. On request? No, I don't ask him for things. I order them. I commanded him to try and buy a George Baston. I gave him a list of galleries where he might find things by G.P. I even tried to get him to go to the studio, but as soon as he heard it was in Hampstead, he smelled a rat. He wanted to know if I knew this George Baston. I said no, well, just by name. But it didn't sound very convincing, and I was afraid he wouldn't buy any of the pictures anywhere. So I said, he's a casual friend of mine. He's quite old, but he's a very good painter, and he badly needs money, and I should very much try like some of his pictures. We could hang them on the walls. If you bought straight from him, we wouldn't be paying money to the galleries. But I can't see you're frightened to go. I said, so there's an end to it. Of course he didn't fall for that. He wanted to know if G.P. was one of these beanpot on the wall chaps. I gave him a look. See, I was only joking. Then don't. After a bit, he said he would want to know where I came from and all. I told him what I could say, and he said he'd think about it, which is Calibanese for no. It was too much to expect, and there probably won't be anything in any of the galleries. And I don't worry because I'm not going to be here this time tomorrow. So I shall have 4 or 5 hours, unless he cheats and doesn't get all I've asked, but he's never failed before. I felt sorry for Caliban this evening. He will suffer when I'm gone. There will be nothing left. He'll be alone with all his sex neurosis and his class neurosis and his uselessness and emptiness. He's asked for it. I'm not really sorry, but I'm not absolutely unsorry.
November 4th. I couldn't write yesterday. Too fed up. I was so stupid. I got him away all yesterday. I had hours to escape. But I never really thought of the problems. I saw myself scooping out handfuls of soft, loamy earth. The nail was useless. It wouldn't dig the cement properly. I thought it would crumble away. It was terribly hard. It took hours to get one stone out. There wasn't earth behind, but another stone, a bigger one, chalk. And I couldn't even find where its edge was. I got another stone out of the wall, but it didn't help. There was the same huge stone behind. I began to get desperate. I saw the tunnel was no good. I hit violently at the door. I tried to force it with a nail and managed to hurt my hand. That's all. All I had at the end was a sore hand and broken fingernails. I'm just not strong enough without tools. Even with tools. In the end, I put the stones back and powdered, as well as I could, the cement and mixed it in with water and talcum powder to camouflage the hole. It's typical of the states I get in here. I suddenly told myself that the digging would have to be done over a number of days. The only stupid thing was to expect to do it all at once. So I spent a long time trying to find the place. But it was no good. Little bits fell out, and I'd started in the most obvious place, where he's bound to spot it. So I gave up. I suddenly decided it was all pretty stupid, unless, like the bad drawing, unrescuable. When he came at last, he saw it at once. He always sniffs round as soon as he enters. Then he started to see how far I had gone. I sat on the bed and watched him. In the end, I threw the nail at him. He cemented the stones back. He says it's solid chalk behind the way around. I wouldn't speak to him all the evening, or look at the things he'd brought. Even thought I could see one of them was a picture frame. I took a sleeping pill and went straight to bed after supper. Then, this morning, I woke up early. Before he came down, I decided to pass it off as something unimportant, to be normal, not to give in. I unpacked all the things he'd brought. First of all, there was GP's picture. It is a drawing of a girl, young woman, a nude, not like anything else of his I have seen. And I think it must be something he did a long time ago. It is his. It has his simplicity of line, hatred of fussiness, of topple skirts. She's half turned away, hanging up or talking down a dress from the hook. A pretty face? It's difficult to say. Rather a heavy male body. It's not worth dozens of things he's done since, but real. I kissed it when I unwrapped it. I've been looking at some of the lines, not as lines, but as things he has touched, all morning, now. Not love, humanity. Caliban was surprised that I seemed so positively gay when he came in. I thanked him for all he had bought. I said, "You can't be a proper prisoner if you don't try to escape, and now don't. Let's talk about it. Agreed?" He said that he'd telephoned every gallery I gave him the name of. There was only the one thing. "Thank you very much," I said. "May I keep it down here? And when I go, I'll give it to you." "I shan't." He said he'd rather have a drawing of mine in any case. I asked him if he had posted a letter. He said he had, but I saw he was going red. I told him I believed him, and that it would be such a dirty trick not to post a letter, that I was sure he must have posted it. I feel almost certain he funked it, as he funked the check. It would be just like him. But nothing I say will make him post it, so I've decided that I will suppose he has posted it. Midnight. I had to stop. He came down. We've been playing the records he brought. Bartok's music for percussion and Celesta. The loveliest. It made me think of Collioure last summer. The day we went, all four of us with French students, up through the Elixes to the tower. The Elixes. And absolutely new color. Amazing chestnut, rufous, burning, bleeding, where they had cut away the cork. The cicadas. The wild azure sea through the stems, and the heat and the smell of everything burnt in it. Piers and I and everyone except Minnie got a bit tipsy, sleeping in the shade, waking up, starting through the leaves and the cobalt blue sky, thinking how impossible things were to paint. How can some blue pigment ever min the leaving blue sky in the sky? I suddenly felt I didn't want to paint. Painting was just showing off. The thing was to experience and experience forevermore. The beautiful clean sun and the blood red stems, and coming back I had a long talk with a nice shy boy, Jean Lewis. His bad English and my bad French, yet we understood each other. Terribly timid he was, frightened of Piers, jealous of him, jealous of his throwing an arm round me, the silly lout Piers is. And when I discovered he was going to be a priest, Piers was so crude afterwards. That stupid, clumsy, frightened of being soft English male, cruelty to the truth. He couldn't see that, of course, poor Jean Lewis liked me. Of course he was sexually attracted. But there was this other thing. It wasn't really shyness. It was a determination to try to be a priest and to live in the world. A simply colossal effort of coming to terms with oneself. Like destroying all the paintings one's ever done and making a new start. Only he had to do it every day. Every time he saw a girl he liked, and all Piers could say was, "I bet he's having dirty dreams about you." So ghastly, that arrogance, that insensitivity of boys who've been to public schools. Piers is always going on about how he hated stove. As if that solves everything. As if to hate something means I can't have affected you. I always know when he doesn't understand something. He gets cynical. He says something shocking. When I told GP about it much later, he just said, "Poor frog." He was probably on his knees praying to forget you. Watching Piers throw stones at the sea. Where was it? somewhere near Valencia. So beautiful, like a young god, all golden brown, with his dark hair, his swimming slip. And Minnie said, she was lying beside me. Oh, it's so clear. She said, wouldn't it be wonderful if Piers was dumb? And then she said, could you go to bed with him? I said no. Then I don't know. Piers came up then and wanted to know what she was smiling about. Nanda's just told me a secret. She said, about you. Piers made some feeble joke and went off to get lunch from the car with Peter. What's the secret? I wanted to know. Bodies beat minds, she said. Clever Carmen Gray always knows what to say. I knew you'd say that, she said. She was doodling in the sand, and I was on my tummy watching her. She said, what I mean is, he's so terribly good looking, one could forget that's so stupid. You might think, I could marry him and teach him. Couldn't you? And you know you couldn't. Or you could go to bed with him just for fun, and one day you'd suddenly find you were in love with his body, and you couldn't live without it, and you'd be stuck with the rotten mind forever and ever. Then she said, doesn't it terrify you? Not more than so many other things. I'm serious. If you married him, I'd never speak to you again. And she was serious. That very quick grey shy look she puts on, like a little lance. I got up and kissed her on the way up, and went to meet the boys. And she sat there, still looking down at the sand. We're both terrible lookers through. We can't help it, but she's always said, I believe this. I shall act like this. It's got to be someone you at least feel as your equal, who can look through as well as you. And the body thing's always got to be second. And I've always secretly thought, Carmen will be another spinster. It's too complicated for set ideas. But now I think of GP, and I compare him to Piers, and Piers has got nothing on his side. Just a golden body throwing stones aimlessly into the sea. November 5th. I gave him hell tonight. I started throwing things around upstairs. First cushions and then plates. I've been longing to break them, but I was beastly, really, spoiled. He suffered it all. He's so weak. He ought to have slapped me across the face. He did catch hold on to me, to stop me breaking another of his wretched plates. We so rarely touch. I hated it. It was like icy water. I lectured him. I told him all about himself and what he ought to do in life. But he doesn't listen. He likes me to talk about him. It doesn't matter what I say. I won't write anymore. I'm reading Sense and Sensibility. And I must find out what happens to Marianne. Marianne is me. Eleanor is me, as they ought to be. What happens if he has a crash? A stroke? Anything? I die. I couldn't get out. All I did the day before yesterday was to prove it. November 6th. This afternoon, no lunch. Another escape. So nearly, it seemed at the point, but it never was. He's the devil. I tried the appendicitis stick. I thought of it weeks ago. I've always thought of it as a sort of last resort, something I must not buckle through unpreparedness. I didn't write about it here, in case he found this. I rubbed the talc into my face. Then, when he knocked on the door this morning, I swallowed a whole lot of saved-up salt and water and pressed my tongue, and the timing was perfect. he came in and saw me being sick. I put on a tremendous act, lying on the bed with my hair in a mess and holding my tummy, still in my pajamas and dressing gown, groaning a little as if I was being terribly brave. All the time he stood and said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And he had a sort of desperate broken conversation, Caliban trying to get out of talking me to the hospital, I insisting that he must. And then suddenly he seemed to give away. He muttered something about it being the end and rushed out. I heard the iron door go. I was still staring at the wall, but no bolts. Then the outer door, and there was silence. It was weird, so sudden, so complete. It had worked. I pulled on some socks and shoes and ran to the iron door. It had sprung back an inch or two, was open. I thought it might be all a trap, so I kept up the act. I opened the door and said his name in a quiet voice and hobbled weakly across the cellar and up the steps. I could see the light. He hadn't locked the outer door either. It flashed across my mind that it was just what he would do. He wouldn't go to the doctor, he'd run away. Crack up completely, but he'd take the van. So I could hear the engine, but I couldn't. I must have waited several minutes. I should have known, but I couldn't bear the suspense. I pulled the door open and rushed out, and he was there, at once, in all the daylight, waiting. I couldn't pretend I was ill. I'd put the shoes on. He had something, a hammer, in his hand, peculiar white eyes. I'm sure he was going to attack me. He sort of stood posed for a moment, neither of us knowing what to do. Then I turned and ran back. I don't know why. I didn't stop to think. He came after me, but he stopped when he saw me go inside, as I instinctively knew he would. The only safe place from him was down here. I heard him come, and the bolts were shot too. I know it was the right thing to do. It saved my life. If I had screamed or tried to escape, he would have battered me to death. There are moments when he's possessed, quite of his own control. His trick. Midnight. He brought me supper down here. He didn't say a word. I'd spent the afternoon doing a strip cartoon of him. The awful tale of a harmless boy. Absurd. But I have to keep the reality of the honor at bay. He starts by being a nice little clerk, ends up as a drooling horror film monster. Then he was going. I showed it to him. He didn't laugh. He simply looked at it carefully. It's only natural, he said. He meant that I should make such fun of him. I am one in a row of specimens. It's when I try to flutter out of line that he hates me. I meant to be dead, bent, always the same, always beautiful. He knows that part of my beauty is being alive, but it's the dead me he wants. He wants me living but dead. I felt it terribly strong today, that my being alive and changing and having a separate mind and having moods and all that was becoming a nuisance. He's solid, immovable, iron-willed. He showed me one day what he called his killing bottle. I'm imprisoned in it, fluttering against the glass, because I can see through it. I still think I can escape. I have hope, but it's all an illusion, a thick, round wall of glass. November 7th. How the days drag. Today, intolerably long. My own consolation is GP's drawing. It grows on me. On one. It's the only living, unique, created thing here. It's the first thing I look at when I wake up and the last thing at night. I stand in front of it and stare at it. I know every line. He made a fudge of one of her feet. There's something slightly unbalanced about the whole composition, as if there's a tiny bit missing somewhere. But it lives. After supper, we're back to normal. Caliban handed me The Catcher in the Rye and said, "I've read it." I knew at once by his tone that he meant, "and I don't think much of it." I feel awake. I'll do a dialogue.
Well, see, I don't see much point in it. You realize this is one of the most brilliant studies of adolescence ever written. See, he sounds a mess to me. Of course he's a mess, but he realizes he's a mess. He tries to express what he feels. He's a human being for all his faults. Don't you ever feel sorry for him? See, I don't like the way he talks. I don't like the way you talk, but I don't treat you as below any serious notice or sympathy. See, I suppose it's very clever to write like that and all. I gave you that book to read because I thought you would feel identified with him. You're a Holden Caulfield. He doesn't fit anywhere, and you don't. I don't wonder. The way he goes on, he doesn't try to fit. He tries to construct some sort of reality in his life, some sort of decency. See, it's not realistic. Going to a posh school and his parents having money, he wouldn't have like that, in my opinion. I know what you are. You're an old man of the sea. See, who's he? A horrid old man Sinbad had to carry on his back. That's what you are. You get on the back of everything vital, everything trying to be honest and free, and you bear it down. I won't go. We argued. No, we don't argue. I say things and he tries to wriggle out of them. It's true. He is the old man of the sea. I can't stand stupid people like Caliban, with their great dead weight of pettiness and selfishness and meanness of every kind. And the few have to carry it all. The doctors and the teachers and the artists. Not that they haven't their traitors, but what hope there is with them, with us, because I'm one of them. I'm one of them. I feel it, and I've tried to prove it. I felt it during my last year at Lady Mont. There were the few of us who cared, and there were the silly ones, the snobbish ones, the would-be debutantes, and the daddy's darlings, and the horsophiles, and the sex cats. I'll never go back to Lady Mont, because I couldn't stand that suffocating atmosphere of the done thing, and the right people, and the nice behavior. Boadicea writing, in spite of her weird political views, on my report. How dared she? I will not be an old girl of such a place. Why should we tolerate their beastly cannibalism? Why should every vital and creative and good person be martyred by the great universal stodge around? In this situation, I'm a representative, a martyr, imprisoned, unable to grow, at the mercy of this resentment, this hateful milestone envy of the Calibans of this world. Because they all hate us. They have us for being different, for not being them, for their own not being like us. They persecute us. They crowd us out. They sent us to Coventry. They sneer at us. They yawn at us. They blindfold themselves and snuff up their ears. They do anything to avoid having to take notice of us and respect us. They go crawling after the great ones among us when they're dead. They pay thousands and thousands for the Van Goghs and Modiglians they have spat on at the same time they were painted, guffawed at, make coarse jokes about. I hate them. I hate the uneducated and ignorant. I hate the pompous and the phony. I hate the jealous and the respectful. I hate the crabbed and the mean and the pretty, the petty. I hate all ordinary, dull little people who aren't ashamed of being dull and little. I hate what GP calls the new people, the new class people with their cars and their money and their tellies and their stupid vulgarities and their stupid crawling imitation of the bourgeoisie. I love honesty and freedom and giving. I love making, I love doing, I love being to the full. I love everything which is not sitting and watching and copying and dead at heart. GP was laughing at my being labor one day, early on. I remember he said, "You are supporting the party which brought the new people into existence. Do you realize that?" I said, I was shocked because from what he had said, other things, I thought he must be labor. I knew he had been a communist once. I'd rather we had the new people than poor people. He said, the new people are still the poor people. Theirs is the new form of poverty. The others hadn't any money, and these haven't any soul. He suddenly said, have you read Major Barbara? How it proved people had to be saved financially before you would save their souls. They forgot one thing, he said. They brought in the welfare state. But they forgot Barbara herself. Affluence, and not a soul to see. I know he's wrong somewhere. He was exaggerating. One must be on the left. Every decent person I've ever met has been anti-Tory. But I see what he feels. I mean, I feel it myself more and more. This awful dead weight of the fat little new people on everything, corrupting everything, vulgarizing everything, raping the countryside, as Dee says in his Squire book moods. Everything mass-produced, mass everything. I thought we were supposed to face the herd, control the stampede. It's like a Wild West film. Work for them and tolerance for them. I shall never go to the ivory tower. That's the most despicable thing. To choose to leave life because it doesn't suit you. But sometimes it is frightening, thinking of the struggle life is, if one takes it seriously. All this is talk. Probably I shall meet someone and fall in love with him and marry him, and things will never seem to change. And I shan't care any more. I shall become a little woman, one of the enemy. But this is what I feel these days. That I belong to a sort of band of people who have to stand against the rest. I don't know who they are, famous men, dead and living, who fought for the right things and created and painted in the right way, and unfamous people I know who don't lie about things, who try not to be lazy, who try to be human and intelligent. Yes, people like GP, for all his faults, his fault. They're not even good people. They have weak moments, sex moments, and drink moments, coward and money moments. They have holidays in the ivory tower, but a part of them is one with the band. The few. November 9th. I'm vain. I'm not one of them. I want to be one of them. And that's not the same thing. Of course, Caliban is not typical of the new people. He's hopelessly out of date. He will call the record player the gramophone. And there's his lack of confidence. They're not ashamed of themselves. I remember Dee saying they think they're all equal to the best as soon as they have a telly and a car. But deep down, Caliban's one of them. There's this hatred of the unusual, this wanting everybody to be the same, and the awful misuse of money. Why should people have money if they don't know how to use it? It sickens me every time I think of all the money Caliban has won, and of all the other people like him who win money. So selfish, so evil. GP said that day, "The honest poor are the moneyless, vulgar rich." Poverty forces them to have good qualities and pride in other things, besides money. Then, when they have money, they don't know what to do with it. They forget all the old virtues, which weren't real virtues anyway. They think the only virtue is to make more money and to spend. They can't imagine that there are people to whom money is nothing, that the most beautiful things are quite independent of money. I'm not being frank. I still want money, but I know that it's wrong. I believe GP. I don't have to believe him when he says it. I can see it's true. He hardly worries about money at all. He has just enough to buy his materials, to live, to have a working holiday every year, to manage. And there are a dozen others. Peter, Bill MacDonald, Stephen. They don't live in the world of money. If they have it, they spend it. If they don't, they go without. Persons like Caliban have no head for money. They've only got to have a little, like the new people, and they become beastly. All the horrid people who wouldn't give me money when I was collecting. I could tell. I only had to look in their faces. Bourgeois people give because they're embarrassed. If you pester them. Intelligent people give, or at least they look honestly at you and say no. They're not ashamed not to give. But the new people are too mean to give and too small to admit it. Like the horrid man in Hampstead, he was one of them, who said, "I'll give you $50 if you can prove it doesn't go into someone's pocket." He thought he was being funny. I turned my back on him, which was wrong, because my pride was less important than the children. So I put a half-crown in front of him later. But I still hate him. With Caliban, it's as if somebody made him drink a whole bottle of whiskey. He can't take it. The only thing that kept him decent before was being poor, being stuck at one place and one job. It's like putting a blind man in a fast car and telling him to drive where and how he likes. A nice thing to end with. The Bach record came today. I've played it twice already. Caliban said it was nice, but he wasn't musical. However, he sat with the right sort of expression on his face. I'm going to play the parts I like again. I'm going to lie in the bed in the darkness and the music and think I'm with GP. And he's lying over there with his eyes shut and his pitted cheek and his jew's nose, as if he was on his own tomb. Only there's nothing death in him. Even so, This evening Caliban was late coming down. Where have you been? I snapped at him. He just looked surprised, said nothing. I said, you seem so late. Ridiculous. I wanted him to come. I often want him to come. I'm as lonely as that.
November 10th. We had an argument this evening about money. I said he ought to give most of it away. I tried to shame him into giving some away, but he won't trust anything. That's what's really wrong with him. Like my man in Hampstead. He doesn't trust people to collect money and use it for some purpose they say they will. He thinks everyone is corrupt. Everyone tries to get money and keep it. It's no good my saying I know it's used for the right purpose. He says, "How do you know?" And of course I can't tell him. I can only say I feel sure. It must go where it's needed. Then he smiles as if I'm too naive to have any right on my side. I accused him, not very bitterly, of not having sent the C&D check. I challenged him to produce the receipt. He said the gift was anonymous. He hadn't sent his address. It was on the tip of my tongue to say I shall go and find out when I'm free. But I didn't, because it would be one more reason for him not to set me free. He was red. I'm sure he was lying, as he lied about the letter to D&M. It's not so much a lack of generosity, a real miserliness. I mean, forgetting the absurdity of the situation, he is generous to me. He spends hundreds of pounds on me. He'd kill me with kindness, with chocolates and cigarettes and food and flowers. I said I'd like some French perfume the other evening. It was just a whim, really, but this room smells of disinfectant and airwick. I have enough baths, but I don't feel clean, and I said I wished I could go and sniff the various scents to see which I liked best. He came in this morning with 14 different bottles. He'd ransacked all the chemist shops. It's mad. 40 pounds worth. It's like giving in the Arabian Nights, being the favorite in the harem. But the one perfume you really want is freedom. If I could put a starving child before him and give it food and let him watch it grow well, I know he'd give money. But everything beyond what he pays for and sees himself get is suspicious to him. He doesn't believe in any other world but the one he lives in and sees. He's the one in prison, in his own hateful, narrow present world. November 12th. The last night but one. I daren't think about it, about no escaping. I've kept reminding him recently, but now I feel I should have sprung it on him more and less suddenly. Today I decided that I would organize a little party tomorrow night. I shall say I feel differently towards him, that I want to be his friend and lame duck him in London. It won't be altogether a lie. I feel a responsibility towards him that I don't really understand, so I often hate him. I think I ought to forever hate him. Yet I don't always. My pity wins, and I do want to help him. I think of people I could introduce to him to. He could go to Caroline's psychiatrist friend. I'd be like Emma and arrange a marriage for him, and with happier results. Some little Harriet Smith with whom he would be mousy and sane and happy. I know I have to steel myself against not being freed. I tell myself it's a chance in 100 that he'll keep his word, but he must keep his word. GP, I hadn't seen him for 2 months. More than 2 months. Being in France and Spain, and then at home. I did try to see him twice, but he was away all September. There was a postcard in answer to my letters. That was all. I telephoned him and asked him if I could go around. The first evening I was back with Caroline, he said the next day there was some people there that evening. He seemed glad to see me. I was trying to look as if I hadn't tried to look pretty. I had. And I told him all about France and Spain and the Goyas and Albi and everything else. Piers. And he listened. He wouldn't really say what he had been doing, but later he showed me some of the things he'd done in the Hebrides. And I felt ashamed, because we'd none of us done much. We'd been so busy lying in the sun, too lazy, and looking at great pictures to do much drawing or anything. I said, having gushed for at least an hour, "I'm talking too much." He said, "Don't mind." He was getting the rust of an old iron wheel with some acid. He'd seen it in a junk stop in Edinburgh and brought it all the way down. It had strange, obtuse teeth. He thought it was part of an old church clock, very elegant, tapered, spoke arms. It was beautiful. We didn't say anything for a while. I was leaning beside him against the bench and watching him clean off the rust. Then he said, "I've missed you." I said, "You can't have." He said, "You disturb me." I said, "Night to cover his pawn." "Have you seen Antoinette?" He said, "No." "I thought I told you I gave her the boot." He looked sideways, his lizard look. Still shocked? I shook my head. "Forgiven?" I said there was nothing to forgive. He said I kept on thinking about you and the Hebrides. I wanted to show you things. I said I wished you were with us in Spain. He was busy emery papering between the teeth. He said, "It's very old. Look at this corrosion." Then, in the same tone, in fact, I decided that I want to marry you. I didn't say anything, and I wouldn't look at him. He said, "I asked you to come here when I was alone, because I've been thinking quite hard about this. I'm twice your age. I ought to have things like this on my stride. Christ only knows I'm not the first time. No, let me finish now. I've decided I've got to stop seeing you. I was going to tell you that when you came in. I can't go on being disturbed by you. I shall be if you keep on coming here. This isn't a roundabout way of asking you to marry me. I'm trying to make it quite impossible. You know what I am. You know I'm old enough to be your father. I'm not reliable at all. Anyhow, you don't love me." I said I can't explain it. There isn't a word for it, precisely, he answered. He was cleaning his hands with petrol, very clinical and matter of fact. "So I have to ask you to leave me. So find a peace again." I stared at his hands. I was shocked. He said, "In some ways you're older than I am. You've never been deeply in love. Perhaps you never will be," he said. "Love goes on happening to you. To men, you become 20 again. You suffer as 20 suffers. All the dotty irrationalities of 20. I may seem very responsible at the moment, but I don't feel it. When you telephoned, I nearly peed my pants with excitement. I'm an only man in love. Stock comedy figure. Very stale, not even funny. Why do you think I'll never be deeply in love?" I said. He took a terribly long time to clean his hands. I said perhaps. I'm only just 20. He said, an ash tree, a foot high, is still an ash tree. But I did say perhaps. And you're not old. It's nothing to do with our ages. He gave me a faintly hurt look then, smiled and said, you must leave me some loophole. We went to make coffee. He wretched little kitchen, and I thought, anyhow, I couldn't face up to living here with him. Just the domestic effort. A vile, irrelevant wave of bourgeois cowardice. He said, with his back to me. Until you went away, I thought it was just the usual thing. At least I tried to think it was. That's why I misbehaved myself in front of your Swedish friend. To exercise you. But you came back, in my mind, again and again, up north. I need to go out of the farmhouse at night, into the garden, look south. You do understand? Yes, I said. It was you see. Not just the other thing. Then he said, it's a sudden look you have. When you're not a kid anymore. What sort of look? The woman you will be, he said. A nice woman? A much more than nice woman. There's no word to say how he said it. Sadly, almost unwillingly. Tenderly, but a shade bitterly, and honestly. Not teasing, not being dry, but right out of his real self. I'd been looking down at the time we were talking, but he made me look up then, and our eyes met, and I know something passed between us. I could feel, almost a physical touch, changing us. His saying something he totally meant, and my feeling it. He remained staring at me, so I was embarrassed. And still he stared. I said, please don't stare at me like that. He came and put his arm round my shoulders and then led me gently towards the door. He said, you are very pretty. At times you're beautiful. You are sensitive and you are eager. You try to be honest. You manage to be both your age and natural and a little priggish and old-fashioned at the same time. You even play chess quite well. You're just the daughter I'd like to have. That's probably why I wanted you so much these last few months. He pushed me through the door, face forward, so I couldn't see him. I can't say such things to you without turning your head, and you mustn't turn your head, in any sense. Now go. I felt him press my shoulders an instant, and he kissed the back of my head, pushed me away, and I went 2 or 3 steps down the stairs before I stopped and looked back. He was smiling, but it was a sad smile. I said, please don't let it be too long. He just shook his head. I don't know if he meant, no, not too long, or it's no good hoping it will be anything else but very long. Perhaps he didn't know himself, but he looked sad. He looked sad all through. Of course, I looked sad, but I didn't really feel sad. Or it wasn't sadness that hurt. Not an all-through one. I rather enjoyed it. Beastly, but I did. I sang on the way home, the romance, the mystery of it. Living, I thought I knew I didn't love him. I'd won the game. And what has happened since? That first day or two, I kept on thinking he would telephone, that it was all sort of whim. Then I would think, I shan't see him again for months, perhaps years, and it seemed ridiculous, unnecessary, stupid beyond belief. I hated what seemed his weakness. I thought, if he's like this, to hell with him. That didn't last very long. I decided that it was for the best. He was right. It was best to make a clean break. I would concentrate on work, be practical and efficient and everything. That I'm not really by nature. All the time I kept thinking, do I love him? Then obviously there was so much doubt. I couldn't. And now I have to write down what I feel now, because I have changed again. I know it. I feel it. Looks. I know it is idiotically wrong to have preconceived notions about looks. Getting excited when Piers kisses me, having to stare at him sometimes, not when he would notice because of his vanity, but feeling his looks intensely, because like a beautiful drawing of something ugly, you forget about the ugliness. I know Piers is morally and psychologically ugly, just plain and dull, phony. But even there, I've changed. I think about GP holding me and caressing me. There's a sort of nasty, perverted curiosity in me. I mean, all the women he's had and all the things he must know about being in bed. I can imagine his making love to me and it doesn't disgust me. Very expert and gentle. Fun. All sorts of things. But not the thing. If it's to be for little life, then there's his weakness. The feeling that I would probably betray me. And I've always thought of marriage as a sort of young adventure. Two people of the same age setting out together, discovering together, growing together. But I would have nothing to tell him, nothing to show him. All the helping would be on his side. I've seen so little of the world. I know that GP, in many ways, represents a sort of ideal now. His sense of what counts, his independence, his refusal to do what the others do, his standing apart. It has to be someone with those qualities, and no one else I've met has them as he has. People at the Slate seem to have them, but they're so young. It's easy to be frank and to hell with a conversation when you're our age. Once or twice I've wondered whether it wasn't all a trap, like a sacrifice in chess. Supposing I had said on the stairs, do what you like with me, but don't send me away. No, I won't believe that of him. Time lag. 2 years ago, I wouldn't have dreamed of falling in love with an older man. I was always the one who argued for equal ages at Lady Mont. I remember being one of the most disgusted when Susan Grillett married a beastly baronet, nearly 3 times her age. Minnie and I used to talk about guarding against being father types, because of and marrying her father husbands. I don't feel that anymore. I think I need a man older than myself because I always seem to see through the boys I meet. And I don't feel GP is a father husband. It's no good. I could go on writing arguments for and against all night. Emma. The business of being between inexperienced girl and experienced woman, and the awful problem of the man. Caliban is Mr. Elton. Piers is Frank Churchill. But is GP Mr. Knightley? Of course, GP has lived a life and has views of the world. Make Mr. Knightley turn in his grave. But Mr. Knightley would never have been a phony, because he was a hater of pretense, selfishness, snobism. And they both have the one man's name I really can't stand. George. Perhaps a moral in that. November 18th. I have eaten nothing for 5 days. I drank some water. He brings me food, but I have touched not the crumb. Tomorrow I'm going to start eating again. About half an hour ago, I stood up and felt faint. Had to sit down again. I haven't felt so ill so far. Just stomach pains and a bit weak. But this was something different. A warning. I'm not going to die for him. I haven't needed food. I have been so full of hatred for him and his beastliness, his vile cowardice, his selfishness, his calibanity. November 19th. For all that time, I didn't want to write. Sometimes I wanted to. Then it seemed weak, like accepting things. I knew as soon as I wrote it down, I'd go off the boil. But now I think it needs writing down, recording. He did this to me. Outrage. What little friendship, humanity, good nature there was between us has gone. From now on, we are enemies. Both ways. He said things that showed he hates me as well. He resents my existence. That's exactly it. He doesn't realize it fully yet because he's trying to be nice at the moment. But he's much nearer than he was. One day, soon, he's going to wake up and say to himself, I hate her. Something nasty. When I came round from the chloroform, I wasn't bad. I had my last underclothes on, but he must have taken everything else off. I was furious. That first night, mad with disgust, his beastly gloating hands touching me, peeling my stockings off, loathsome. Then I thought of what he might have done, and hadn't. I decided not to fly at him, but silence. To shout at someone suggests that there's still contact. Since then, I thought two things. First, he's weird enough to have undressed me without thinking, according to some mad notion of the proper thing to do. Perhaps he thought I couldn't lie in bed with my clothes on. And then that perhaps it was a sort of reminder of all the things he might have done, but hadn't. His chivalry. And I accept that. I have been lucky, but I even find it frightening that he didn't do anything. What is he? There is a great rift between us now. It can never be bridged. He says now he will release me in another 4 weeks. Just talk. I don't believe him, so I've warned him I'm going to try to kill him. I would now. I wouldn't think twice about it. I've seen how wrong I was before, how blind, how prostituted myself to Caliban. I mean, I let him spend all that money on me, and although I told myself it was fair, it wasn't, because I felt vaguely grateful. I've been nice to him. Even my teasing was nice. Even my sneering and spitting at him, even my breaking things, because it takes notice of him. And my attitude should have been what it will be from now on. Ice. Freeze him to death. He is absolutely inferior to me in all ways. His one superiority is his ability to keep me here. That's the only power he has. He can't behave or think or speak or do anything else better than I can, nearly as well as I can. So he's going to be the old man of the sea until I shake him off somehow. It will have to be by force. I've been sitting here and thinking about God. I don't think I believe in God anymore. It is not only me. I think of all the millions who must have lived like this in the war. The Anne Franks. And back through history, what I feel I know now is that God doesn't intervene. He lets us suffer. If you pray for liberty, then you may get relief just because you pray, or because things happen, anyhow, which bring you liberty. But God can't hear. There's nothing human like hearing or seeing or pitying or helping about Him. I mean, perhaps God has created the world and the fundamental laws of matter and evolution, but He can't care about the individuals. He's planned it so some individuals are happy, some sad, some lucky, some not. Who is sad, who is not, He doesn't know, and He doesn't care. So He doesn't exist, really. The last few days I felt godless. I felt cleaner, less muddled, less blind. I still believe in God, but He's so remote, so cold, so mathematical. I see that we have to live as if there is no God. Prayer and worship and singing hymns. All silly and useless. I'm trying to explain why I'm breaking with my principles about never committing violence. It is still my principle, but I see you have to break principles sometimes to survive. It's no good trusting vaguely in your luck, in Providence, on God's being kind to you, to have to act and fight for yourself. The sky is absolutely empty, beautifully pure and empty. As if the architects and builders would live in all the houses they built, or could live in them all. It's obvious. It stares you in the face. There must be God, and He can't know anything about us. Same evening. I've been very mean with him all day. Several times he's tried to speak, but I've shut him up. Did I want him to bring me anything? I said I want nothing. I am your prisoner. If you give me food, I shall eat it to keep alive. Our relationships from now on are strictly those of a prisoner and a warder. Now, please leave me alone. Luckily, I've plenty to read. He'll go on bringing me cigarettes. If he doesn't, I shan't ask him for them. And food. That's all I want of him. He's not human. He's an empty space disguised as a human. November 20th. I'm making him wish he never set eyes on me. He brought in some baked beans for lunch. I was reading on the bed. He stood for a moment and then started to go out. I jumped to the table, picked up the plate, and hurled it at him. I don't like baked beans. He knows it. I suppose he'd been lazy. I wasn't in a temper. I just pretended he stood there with a filthy little bits of orange sauce on his so clean clothes and looking sleepish. I don't want any lunch, I snapped at him, and turned my back. I ate chocolates all the afternoon. He didn't reappear until supper time. There was caviar and smoked salmon and cold chicken. He buys them ready cooked somewhere. All things he knows I like, and a dozen other things he knows I like. The cunning brute. It's not the buying them that's cunning. It is just that I can't help being grateful. I didn't actually say I was grateful, but I wasn't sharp. It's that he presents them so humbly, with such an air of please don't thank me, and I deserve it all. When he was arranging my supper things on the table, I had an irresistible desire to giggle. Awful. I wanted to collapse on the bed and scream. He was so perfectly himself, and I am so cooped up. Down here, my moods changed so rapidly. All determination to do one thing in 1 hour. All for another next moment. It's no use. I'm not a hater by nature. It's as if somewhere in me a certain amount of goodwill and kindness is manufactured every day. And it must come out. If I bottled it up, Then it bursts out. I wasn't nice to him. I don't want to be nice to him. I shan't be nice to him. But it was a struggle not to be ordinary to him. I mean, little things like, that was a nice meal. As it was, I said nothing. When he said, will that be all? Like a butler, I said, yes, you can go now. And turned my back. He would have caught a shock if he could have seen my face. It was smiling, and when he shut the door, I was laughing. I couldn't help it again. Hysteria. Something I have been doing a lot these last days. Staring at myself in the mirror. Sometimes I don't seem real to myself. It suddenly seems that it isn't my reflection only a foot or two away. I have to look aside. I look all over my face and my eyes. I try to see what my eyes say, what I am, why I'm here. It's because I'm so lonely I have to look at an intelligent face. Anyone who has been looked away like this would understand. You become very real to yourself in a strange way, as you never were before. So much of you is given to the ordinary people, suppressed in ordinary life. I watch my face and I watch it move as if it's someone else's. I stare myself out. I sit with myself. Sometimes it's like a sort of spell, and I have to put my tongue out and wrinkle my nose and to break it. I sit down here in the absolute silence with my reflection, in a sort of state of mystery, in a trance. November 21st. It's the middle of the night. I can't sleep. I hate myself. I nearly became a murderess tonight. I shall never be the same again. It is difficult to write. My hands are bound. I got the gag off. It all began at lunch. I realized that I was having to struggle not to be nice to him, because I felt I must talk to someone, even him. At least he's a human being. When he went away after lunch, I wanted to call him back to talk. What I felt was quite different from what I decided I should feel 2 days ago. So I made a new decision. I could never hit him with anything down here. I watched him so much with that in mind, and he never turns his back to me. Besides, there's no weapon. So I thought, I've got to get upstairs and find something, some means. I had several ideas. Otherwise, I was afraid I would fall into an old trap of pitying him. So I was a bit nicer at supper time, and said I needed a bath, which I did. He went away, came back. We went up, and there it seemed a sign, specially left for me, was a small axe. It was in the kitchen down still, which is next to the door. He must have been chopping wood outside and forgotten to hide it. My always being down here. We passed indoors too quickly for me to do anything then, but I lay in the bath and thought. I decided it must be done. I had to catch up the axe and hit him with a blunt end, knock him out. I hadn't the least idea where on the head was the best place to hit or how hard it had to be. Then I asked to go straight back. As we went out through the kitchen door, I dropped my talcum powder and things and stood to one side, towards the window sill, as if I was looking to see where they'd gone. He did just what I wanted and bent forward to pick them up. I wasn't nervous. I picked the axe up very neatly. I didn't scrape the blade, and it was the blunt end. But then it was like walking up out of a bad dream. I had to hit him, and I couldn't. But I had to. Then he began to straighten up. All this happened in a flash, really. And I did hit him, but he was turning, and I didn't hit straight. Or hard enough, I mean. I lashed out in a panic at the moment. He fell sideways, but I knew he wasn't knocked out. He still kept hold of me. I suddenly felt I had to kill him or he would kill me. I hit him again, but he had his arm up. At the same time, he kicked out and knocked me off my feet. It was too horrible, panting, straining like animals. Then suddenly, I knew it was, I don't know, undignified. It sounds absurd, but it was it. Like a statue lying on its side, like a fat woman trying to get up off the grass. We got up. He pushed me roughly towards the door, keeping a tight hold of me. But that was all. I had a funny feeling it was the same for him. Disgusting. I thought someone may have heard, even though I couldn't call out. But it was windy. Well, and cold. No one would have been out. I've been lying on the bed. I soon stopped crying. I've been lying for hours in the dark and thinking. November 23rd. I've just finished Saturday night and Sunday morning. It shocked me. It shocked me in itself, and it shocked me because of where I am. It shocked me in the same way as Room at the Top shocked me when I read it last year. I know they're very clever. It must be wonderful to be able to write like Alan Silito. Real and phony. Saying what you mean. If he was a painter, it would be wonderful. He'd be like John Bradby, much better. He'd be able to set Nottingham down, and it would be wonderful in paint. Because he painted so well, put down what he saw. People could admire him, but it isn't enough to write well. I mean, choose the right words and so on. To be a good writer. Because I think Saturday night and Sunday morning is disgusting. I think Arthur Seaton is disgusting. And I think the most disgusting thing of all is that Alan Silito doesn't show that he is disgusted by his young man. I think they think young men like that are really rather fine. I hated the way Arthur Seaton just doesn't care about anything outside his own little life. He's mean, narrow, selfish, brutal, because he's cheeky and hates his work and is successful with women. He's supposed to be vital. The only thing I like about him is the feeling that there is something there that could be used for good, if it could be got at all. It's the inwardness of such people. They're not caring what happens anywhere else in the world. In life, they're being in a box. Perhaps Alan Silito wanted to attack the society that produces such people, but he doesn't make it clear. I know what he's done. He's fallen in love with what he's painting. He started out to paint it as ugly as it is, but then its ugliness conquered him. And he started trying to cheat, to prettify. It shocked me to because of Caliban. I see there's something in Arthur Seaton in him. Only in him it's turned upside down. I mean, he has the hate of other things and other people outside his own type. He has that selfishness. It's not even an honest selfishness because he puts the blame on people and then enjoys being selfish with free conscience. He's obstinate too. This has shocked me because I think everyone, not except us, and we're contaminated, has this selfishness and this brutality, whether it's hidden, mousy or perverse, or obvious and crude. Religion's as good as dead. There's nothing to hold back the new people. They'll grow stronger and stronger and swamp us. No, they won't. Because of David. Because of people like Alan Silito. It says on the back he was a son of a laborer. I mean, the intelligent new people will always revolt and come across to our side. The new people destroy themselves because they're so stupid. They can never keep the intelligent ones with them, especially the young ones. We want something better than just money and keeping up with the Joneses. But it's a battle. It's like being in a city and being besieged. Besieged. They're all around. And we've got to hold out. It's a battle between Caliban and myself. He is the new people, and I am the few. I must fight with my weapons, not his, not selfishness and brutality and shame and resentment. He's worse than Arthur Seton kind. If Arthur Seton was a modern statue he didn't like, he'd smash it. But Caliban would drape a tarpaulin around it. I don't know which is worse, but I think Caliban's way is. November 24th. I'm getting desperate to escape. I can't get any relief from drawing or painting records or reading. The burning need I have, all prisoners must have, is for other people. Caliban is only half a person at the best of times. I want to see dozens and dozens of strange faces, like being terribly thirsty for gulping down glass after glass of water. Exactly like that. I read once that nobody can stand more than 10 years in prison, or more than 1 year in solitary confinement. One just can't imagine that prison is like from outside. You think, well, there'd be lots of time to think and read. It wouldn't be too bad. But it is too hard. It is too bad. It's the slower silence. I came here. I shouldn't complain. This is a luxury prison. And there's his diabolical cunning about the newspapers and radio and so on. I never read the newspapers very much or listen to the news, but to be totally cut off, it's so strange. I feel I've lost all my bearings. I spend hours lying on the bed thinking about how to escape. Endless. November 25th, afternoon. This morning, I had a talk with him. I got him to see it as a model. Then I asked him what he really wanted me to do. Should I become his mistress? But that shocked him. He went red and said he could buy that in London. I told him he was a Chinese box, and he is. The innermost box is that I should love him. In all ways, with my body, with my mind, respect him and cherish him. It's so utterly impossible. Even if I could overcome the physical thing, how could I ever look in any way but down on him, battering his head on a stone wall? I don't want to die. I feel full of endurance. I shall always want to survive. I will survive. November 26th. The only unusual thing about him, how he loves me. Ordinary new people couldn't love anything as he loves me. That is blindly, absolutely, like Dante and Beatrice. He enjoys being hopelessly in love with me. I expect Dante was the same. Mooning around, knowing it was all quite hopeless and getting lots of good creative material from the experience. Through, of course, Caliban can't get anything but his own miserable pleasure. People who don't make anything, I hate them. How frightened of dying I was in those first days. I don't want to die because I keep on thinking on the future. I'm desperately curious to know what life will bring to me, what will happen to me, how I'll develop, what I'll be in 5 years' time, in 10, in 30, the man I will marry, and the places I will live in and get to know. Children, it isn't just a selfish curiosity. This is the worst possible time in history to die. Space travel, science, the whole world waking up and stretching itself. A new age is beginning. I know it's dangerous, but it's wonderful. To be alive in it. I adore my age. I keep on having thoughts today. One was, uncreative men plus opportunity to create equals evil men. Another one was, killing him was breaking my word to what I believe. Some people would say, you're only a drop. Your word breaking is only a drop. It wouldn't matter. But all the evil in the world's made up of little drops. It's silly talking about the unimportance of little drops, like little drops in the ocean are the same thing. I've been daydreaming, not for the first time, about living with GP. He deceives me. He leaves me. He is brutal and cynical with me. I am in despair. In these daydreams, there isn't much sex. It's just our living together, in rather romantic surroundings. Sea and island northern landscapes. White cottages. Sometimes in the Mediterranean. We are together, very close in spirit. And silly magazine stuff, really, in the details. But there is some closeness of spirit. That is something real. And the situations I imagine, where he forsakes me, are real. I mean, it kills me to think of them. Sometimes I'm not very far from utter despair. No one knows I'm alive anymore. I'm given up for dead by now. I'm accepted for dead. There's that, the real situation. And there are the future situations. I sit on the bed there and think about my utter love for some man. I know I can't do things like love by halves. I know I have love pent up in me. I shall throw myself away, lose my heart and my body and my mind and soul to some cod like GP who'll betray me. I feel it. Everything is tender and rational at first in my daydreams of living with him, but I know it wouldn't be in fact. It would be all passion and violence, jealousy, despair, sour. Something would be killed in me. He would be hurt too. If he really loved me, he could have sent me away. If he really loved me, he would have sent me away. November 27th, midnight. I'll never escape. It drives me mad. I must do something. I feel as if I'm at the earth's heart. I've got the whole weight of the whole earth pressing in on little box. It grows smaller, smaller, smaller. I can feel it contracting. I want to scream sometimes so my voice is raw to death. I can't write it. There aren't the words. Utter despair. I've been like that all day. A kind of endless panic in slow motion. What can he have thought when he first got me here? Something's gone wrong in his plans. I'm not acting like the girl of his dreams I was. I'm his pig in a poke. Is that why he keeps me? Hoping my dream Miranda will appear. Perhaps I should be his dream girl. Put my arms round him and kiss him, breathe him, pat him, stroke him, kiss him. I didn't mean that, but it's made me think. Perhaps I really should kiss him. More than kiss him. Love him. Make Prince Charming step out. I'm thinking hours between each sentence I write. I've got to make him feel that finally I've been touched by his chivalry, and so on and so on. On this extraordinary, he would have to act. I am sure I can do it. At least he's scrupulously clean. He never smells of anything but soap. I'm going to sleep on it. November 30th. Oh God, I've done something terrible. I've got to put it down. Look at it. It's so amazing that I did it. What happened. That he is what he is. That I am what I am. Things left like this. worse than ever before. I decided to do it this morning. I knew I had to do something extraordinary to give myself a shock as well as him. I arranged to have a bath. I was nice to him all day. I dolled myself up after the bath, oceans of Mitsuoko. I stood in front of the fire, showing my bare feet for his benefit. I was nervous. I didn't know if I could go through with it, and having my hands bound, but I had 3 glasses of sherry quickly. I shut my eyes, then went to work. I made him sit down, and then I sat down on his lap. He was so stiff, so shocked, that I had to go on. If he'd clutched at me, perhaps I'd have stopped. I let the housecoat fall open, but he just sat there with me on his lap, as if we had never met before, as if this was some silly party game. 2 strangers at a party who didn't much like each other. In a nasty, perverted way, it was exciting. A woman in me reaching to the man in him. I can't explain. It was also the feeling that he didn't know what to do, that he was sheer virgin. There was an old lady of Cork who took a young priest for a walk. I must have been drunk. I had to force him to kiss me. He made a sort of feeble pretense of being afraid that he might lose his head. I don't care if you do, I said, and I kissed him again. He did kiss me back then, as if he wanted to press his wretched, thin, inhibited mouth right through my head. His mouth was sweet. He smelled clean, and I shut my eyes. It wasn't so bad. But then he suddenly went away by the window, and he wouldn't come back. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't, so he stood by the desk, half-turned, while I knelt half-naked by the fire and let my hair down, just to make it quite obvious. In the end I had to go up to him and bring him back to the fire. I made him undo my hands. He was like someone in a trance, and then I undressed him and undressed myself. I said, "Don't be nervous. I want to do this. Just be natural." But he wouldn't. He wouldn't. I did everything I could, but nothing happened. He wouldn't thaw out. He did hold me tight once, but it wasn't natural, just a desperate imitation of what he must think the real thing's like. Pathetically unconvincing. He can't do it. There's no man in him. I got up. We were lying on the sofa and knelt by him and told him not to worry, mothered him. We put our clothes back on, and gradually it all came out. The truth about him, and later his real self. A psychiatrist has told him he won't ever be able to do it. He said he used to imagine us lying in bed together, just lying, nothing else. I offered to do that, but he didn't want to. Deep down in him, side by side with the beastliness and soreness, there is a tremendous innocence. It rules him. He must protect it. He said he loves me. Even so. I said, "What you love is your own love. It's not love, it's selfishness. It's not me you think of, but what you feel about me." "I don't know what it is," he said. And then I made a mistake. I felt it had all been a sacrifice in vain. I felt I had to make him appreciate what I'd done, that he ought to let me go. So I tried to tell him, and his true self came out. He got beastly, wouldn't answer me. They were further apart than ever. I said I pitied him, and he flew at me. It was terrible. It made me cry. The terrible coldness, the inhumanity of it. Being his prisoner, having to stay still, and realizing at last that this is what he is. Impossible to understand. What is he? What does he want? Why am I here if he can't do it? As if I'd lit a fire in the kindness to try to warm us, and all I'd done was to see his real face by it. The last thing I said was, "We can't be further apart. We've been naked in front of each other, but we are." I feel better now. I'm glad nothing worse happened. I was mad to take the risk. It's enough to have survived. December 1st. He's been down. I've been out in the cellar, and it is absolutely plain. He is angry with me. He's never been angry like this before. This isn't a pet. It's a deep suppressed anger. It makes me furious. Nobody could ever understand how much I put into yesterday. The effort of giving and risking, of understanding, of pushing back every natural instinct. It's him, and this weird male thing. Now I'm no longer nice. They sulk if you don't give, and hate you when you do. Intelligent men must despise themselves for being like that. Their illogicality. Sour men and wondered women. Of course, I've discovered his secret. He hates that. I've thought and thought about it. He must always have known he couldn't do anything with me. Yet all his talk about loving me, that must mean something. This is what I think it is. He can't have any normal pleasure from me. His pleasure is keeping me prisoner. Thinking of all the other men who would envy him if they knew. Having me. So my being nice to him is ridiculous. I want to be so unpleasant that he gets no pleasure from having me. I'm going so fast again. He have absolutely nothing to do with him. Strange ideas. That I've done for the first time in my life. Something original. Something hardly anyone can have done. I steeled myself when we were naked. I learned what to steel oneself meant. The last of the Lady Mont me. It's dead. I remember driving Pierre's car somewhere near Carcassonne. They all wanted me to stop, but I wanted to do 80. And I kept my foot down until I did. The others were frightened. So was I, but I proved I could do it. Later afternoon. Reading The Tempest. Again, all the afternoon. Not the same at all. Now what's happened has happened. The pity Shakespeare feels for his Caliban, I feel, beneath the hate and disgust, for my Caliban. Half creatures, not honored with a human shape. Caliban, my slave, who never yields us kind answer, whom stripes my move, not kindness. Prose. And lodged 3 in mine own cell, till thou didst seek to violate the honor of my child. Cal. Oh no, wouldn't have been done. Thou didst prevent me. I had people else. This isle with Calibans. Prospero's contempt for him. His knowing that being kind is useless. Stefano and Trinculo are the football pools. Their wine, the money, the wine. Act 3, Scene 2. I cried to dream again. Poor Caliban, but only because he never won the pools. I'll be wise. Hereafter. Oh, brave new world. Oh, sick new world. He's just gone. I said I would fast unless he let me come upstairs. Fresh air and daylight every day. He hedged. He was beastly, sarcastic. He actually said I was forgetting who was the boss. He's changed. He frightens me now. I've given him until tomorrow morning to make up his mind. December 2nd. I'm to go upstairs. He's going to convert a room. He said it would take a week. I said all right, but if it's another pull-off, we'll see. I lay in the bed last night and thought of GP. I thought of being in bed with him. I wanted to be in bed with him. I wanted the marvelous, the fantastic ordinariness of him. His promiscuity is creative, vital, even though it hurts. He creates love and life and excitement around him. He lives. The people he loves remember him. We've always felt like it sometimes. Promiscuous. Anyone I see, even just some boy in the tube, some man, I think, what would he be like in bed? I thought at the mouth and their hands, put on a prim expression and think about them having me in bed. Even Toinette, getting into bed with anyone. I used to think it was messy, but love is beautiful. Any love. Even just sex. The only thing that is ugly is this frozen, lifeless, utter like love between Caliban and me. This morning I was imagining I'd escaped and that Caliban was in court. I was speaking for him. I said his case was tragic. He needed sympathy and psychiatry. Forgiveness. I wasn't being noble. I despise him too much to hate him. And it's funny. I probably should speak for him. I knew we wouldn't be able to meet again. I could never cure him because I'm his disease. December 3rd. I shall go and have an affair with GP. I'll marry him if he wants. I want the adventure, the risk of marrying him. I'm sick of being young and experienced. Clever at knowing, but not at living. I want his children and me. My body doesn't count anymore. If he just wants that he can't have it. I couldn't ever be a Toinette, a collector of men. Being cleverer, as I thought, than most men, and cleverer than all the girls I knew. I always thought I knew more, felt more, understood more, but I don't even know enough to handle Caliban. All sorts of bits left over the Lady Mon days. From the days when I was a nice little middle-class doctor's daughter. They've gone now. Then I was a Lady Mon. I thought I could manipulate a pencil very nicely. And then, when I went to London, I began to find I couldn't. I was surrounded by people who were just as skilled as I was. More so. I haven't begun to know how to handle my life, or anyone else's. I'm the one who needs lame ducking. It's like the day you realize dolls are dolls. I pick up my old self and I see it's silly, a toy I played with too often. It's a little sad, like an old gollywog at the bottom of the cupboard, innocent and used up, and proud and silly. GP shall be hurt, lost, battered, and buffled. But it will be like being in a gale of light after this black hole. It's simply that. He was a secret of life in him, something spring-like, not immoral. It's all if I'd only seen him in twilight. And now suddenly I see him at dawn. He is the same, but everything's different. I look in the mirror today and I could see it in my eyes. They look much older and younger. It sounds impossible in words, but that's exactly it. I'm older and younger. I am older because I have learnt. I am younger because a lot of me consisted of things older people had taught me. All the mud of their stale ideas and the shoe of me. The new shoe of me. The power of women. I've never felt so full of mysterious power. Men are a joke. We're so weak physically, so helpless with things. Still, even today. But we're stronger than they are. We can stand their cruelty. They can't stand ours. I think I will give myself to GP. He can have me. And whatever he does to me, I shall still have my woman me. He can never touch. All this is wild talk, but I feel full of urges. New independence. I don't think about now. Today. I know I'm going to escape. I feel it. I can't explain. Caliban can never win against me. I think of paintings I shall do. Last night I thought of one. It was a sort of butter yellow, farm butter yellow, field rising to a white, luminous sky, and the sun just rising. A strange rose pink. I knew it exactly, full of hushed stillness, the beginning of things, lark song without larks. Two strange, contradictory dreams. The first one was very simple. I was walking in the fields. I don't know who I was with, but I was someone I liked very much. A man. GP perhaps. The sun shining on young corn, and suddenly we saw shallows flying low over the corn. I could see their backs gleaming like dark blue silk. They were very low, twittering all around us, all flying in the same direction, low and happy. And I felt full of happiness. I said, "How extraordinary! Look at the swallows!" It was very simple. The unexpected swallows, and the sun, and the green corn. I was filled with happiness, the pure spring feeling. Then I woke up. Later I had another dream. I was at the window on the first floor of a large house, Ladymont, and there was a black horse below. It was angry, but I felt safe because it was below and outside. But suddenly it turned and galloped at me, at the house, and to my horror, it leaped gigantically up and straight at me with bared teeth. It came crashing through the window. Even then I thought, it will kill itself. I am safe. But it sprawled and failed round in a small room, and I suddenly realized it was going to attack me. There was nowhere to escape. I woke then. I had to put on the light. It was violence. It was all the hate and all I fear. December 4th. I shan't go on keeping diary when I leave here. It's not healthy. It keeps me sane down here, gives me somebody to talk to, but it's vain. You write what you want to hear. It's funny. You don't do that when you draw yourself. No temptation to cheat. It's sick, always thinking about me. Morbid. I long to paint and paint other things. Fields, southern houses, landscapes, vast wide open things in vast wide open light. It's what I've been doing today. Moods of light recalled from Spain. Ochre walls burnt white in the sunlight. The walls of Avila. Cordola country yards. I don't try to reproduce the place, but the light of the place. Fiat lux. I've been playing the modern jazz quartets records over and over again. There's no night in their music, no smoky dives, bursts and sparkles, and little fezzes of light, starlight, and sometimes high noon, tremendous everywhere light, like chandeliers of diamonds floating in the sky. December 5th. GP, The Rape of Intelligence. By the moneyed masses, the new people. Things he says. They shock you, but you remember them. They stick. Hard. Meant to last. I've been doing skyscrapers all day. I just draw a line an inch from the bottom. That's the earth. Then I think of nothing but the sky. June sky. December, August, spring rain, thunder, dawn, dusk. I've done dozens of skies. Pure sky, nothing else. Just the simple line and the skies above. A strange thought. I would not want this not to have happened. Because if I escape, I shall be a completely different person, and I think better person. Because if I don't escape, if something dreadful happened, I shall still know that the person I was and would have stayed if this hadn't happened was not the person I now want to be. It's like firing a pot. You have to risk the cracking and the warping. Caliban's very quiet, a sort of truce. I'm going to ask to go up tomorrow. I want to see if he's actually doing anything. Today I asked him to bind me and gag me and let me sit at the floor, foot of the cellar, steps with the door out open. In the end he agreed, so I could look up and see the sky. A pale grey sky. I saw birds fly across, pigeons, I think. I heard outside sounds. This is the first proper daylight I've seen for 2 months. It lived. It made me cry. December 6th. I've been up for a bath and we've been looking at the room I shall occupy. He has done some things. He's going to see if he can't find an antique Windsor chair. I drew it for him. It made me feel happy. I'm restless. I can't write here. I feel half escaped already. The thing that made me feel he was more normal was this little bit of dialogue. We are standing in the room. Why don't you just let me come and live up here, as you guessed? If I gave you my word of honor. See, if 50 people came to me, real, honest, respectable people, and swore blind, you wouldn't escape. I wouldn't trust them. I wouldn't trust the whole world. You can't go all through life trusting no one. See, you don't know what being alone is like. What do you think I've been this last 2 months? See, I bet a lot of people think about you, miss you. I might be dead for all anyone I knew ever cared. Your aunt. See, her? There was a silence. See. He suddenly burst out with it. You don't know what you are. You're everything. I got nothing if you go. And there was a great silence. December 7th. He bought the chair. He bought it down. It's nice. I wouldn't have it down here. I don't want anything from down here. A complete change. Tomorrow I'm going upstairs for good. I asked him afterwards, last night, and he agreed. I haven't got to wait the whole week. He's gone into Lewis to buy more things for the room. We're going to have the celebration supper. He's been much nicer these last 2 days. I'm not going to lose my head and try to rush out at the first chance. He'll watch me. I know. I can't imagine what he'll do. The window will be boarded and he'll lock the door. But there'll be ways of seeing daylight. Sooner or later, there'll be a chance. If he doesn't let me go of his own record. To run for it. But I know it will be only one chance. If he caught me escaping, he'd put me straight back down there. So it must be a really good chance. A sure one. I tell myself I must prepare for the worst, but something about him makes me feel that this time he will do what he has said. I caught his cold. It doesn't matter. Oh my God, I could kill myself. He's going to kill me with despair. I'm still down here. He never meant it. He wants to take photographs. That's his secret. He wants to take my clothes off and, oh God, I never knew till now that loathing was. He said unspeakable things to me. It was a street woman. I asked for what he suggested. I went mad with rage. I threw a bottle of ink at him. He said that if I didn't do it, he'd stop me having bath and going out in the cellar. I'll be here all the time. The hate between us. It came seething out. I've got with wretched cold. I can't think straight. I couldn't kill myself. I'm too angry with him. He's always abused me. From the very beginning. That story about the dog, he uses my heart, then turns and tramples on it. He hates me. He wants to defile me and break me and destroy me. He wants me to hate myself so much that I destroy myself. The final meanness. He's not bringing me any supper. I'm too fast. On top of everything else, perhaps he's going to leave me to starve. He's capable of it. I've got over the shock. He won't beat me. I won't give in. I won't be broken by him. I've got a temperature. I feel sick. Everything's against me, but I won't give in. I've been lying in the bed with GP's picture beside me, holding the frame in one hand like a crucifix. I will survive. I will escape. I will not give in. I will not give in. I hate God. I hate whatever made this world. I hate whatever made the human race, made men like Caliban possible and situations like this possible. If there is a God, he's a great loathsome spider in the darkness. He cannot be good. This pain, this terrible seeing through that in me now. It wasn't necessary. It is all pain, and it buys nothing. It gives birth to nothing. All in vain, all wasted. The older the world becomes, the more obvious it is. The bomb and the tortures in Algeria and the starving babies in Congo. It gets bigger and darker, more and more suffering for more and more in vain. It's as if the lights have fused. I'm here, in the black truth. God is impotent. He can't love us. He hates us because he can't love us. All the meanness and selfishness and the lies. People won't admit it. They're too busy grabbing to see that the lights have fused. They can't see the darkness and the spider face beyond the great web of it all. That there's always this, if you scratch at the surface, of happiness and godness. The black and the black and the black. I've not only never felt like this before, I never imagined it possible. More than hatred, more than despair. You can't hate what you cannot touch. You can't even feel what most people think of as despair. It's beyond despair. It's as if I can't feel anymore. I see, but I can't feel. Oh God, if there is God, I hate beyond hate. He came down just now. I was asleep on top of the bed. Fever. The air got stuffy. I must have the flu. I felt so rotten I said nothing. No energy to say my hate. The bed's damp. My chest hurts. I didn't say a word to him. It's gone beyond words. I wish I was a Goya. Could draw the absolute hate I have in me for him. I'm so frightened I don't know what will happen if I'm really ill. I can't understand why my chest hurts. As if I've had bronchitis for days. But he'd have to get a doctor. He might kill me, but he couldn't just let me die. Oh God, this is horrible. Evening. He brought a thermometer. It was 100 at lunch, and now it's 101. I feel terrible. I've been in bed all day. He's not human. Oh God, I'm so lonely, so utterly alone. I can't write. Morning. A really bad bronchial cold. Shivering. I haven't slept properly. Horrid dreams. Weird, very vivid dreams. GP wasn't one. It made me cry. I feel so frightened I can't eat. There's a pain in my lung when I breathe, and I keep on thinking of pneumonia. But it can't be it. I won't die. I won't die. Not for Caliban. Dream. Extraordinary. Walking in the ash grove at L. I look up through the trees. I see the airplane and the blue sky. I know it will crash. Later I see where it was crashed. I'm frightened to go on. A girl walks toward me. Minnie? I can't see. She's in a peculiar Greek clothes.
drapery, white, in sunshine, through the still trees. Seems to know me, but I do not know her. Not Minnie. Never close. I want to be close. With her. I wake up. If I die, no one will ever know. He puts me in a fever. I can't write. Night. No pity, no God. I shouted at him, and he went mad. I was too weak to stop him, bound and gagged me and took his beastly photographs. I don't mind the pain, the humiliation. I did what he wanted, to get it over. I don't mind for myself anymore, but oh God, the beastliness of it all. I'm crying, I can't write. I will not give in. I will not give in. I can't sleep, I'm going mad. Have to have the light on. Wild dreams. I think there are people here. Minnie, it's pneumonia. He must get a doctor. It is murder. I can't write it down. Words are useless. He's come. He won't listen. I've begged him. I've said it's murder. So weak. Temperature to 102. I've been sick. Nothing about the last night. Him or me. Did it happen? Fever? I get delirious. If only I knew what I have done. Useless. Useless. I won't die. I won't die. Dear GP. This? Oh God. Oh God, do not let me die. God, do not let me die. Do not let me die.